Hey, what's up, Magic? How's it going, man? Oh, 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 it's magic. Please tell me you're not like a middle schooler or a high schooler. If you aren't, then you probably know what that song was. You doing it? Hey, cheers, mate.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
Yeah, let me know if the video volume is too low or too high.
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラットに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から
I forgot to turn subtitles on.
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。彼女の存在を無視し続けたら、いつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。
Sounds great. Hey, thanks, man.
無に着せ。この手に。
Okay, so I'm guessing those are Skirk's animations.
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女祭で風神バルバトス。
I like the style of Skirk's weapon, but I don't know. I'm not feeling her animations. I'm not feeling Skirk's animations. She looks a lot like what's her name? Kokomi. Yeah, she looks a lot like Kokomi.
お前は私の師匠、極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が
What, the 4-star? You mean Dahlia? Really? For combat reasons, or you just, you know, you just like him?
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
Wait, what was that thing? The Abyss sibling's hand. Okay. Every 4-star? Oh, I see, I see. You're just trying to keep the trend going, I guess. I already, earlier, I didn't watch the special program, but earlier I came in just to come and get the special codes, or the PRIMO codes, and I took a peek at like the 5 stars, the 5.75 stars, and awesome, but it was a little heartbreaking. Little heartbreaking. I finally have another chance to get get Shenhe finally. But she's in the same half as Skirk. Now I don't mind having to wait for Mavuika's next rerun.
Welcome to the Genshin Impact version.
I don't mind waiting for Mavuika's next rerun to get constellations of her. Hey, what's up, Ali? To get constellations of her. But I would actually want to get Mavuika's weapon this patch.
Rhymes with Capitano, the voice of Child's Master Skirk.
And I'm
Actually, now that I think about it, I actually really do want her C1 too. Ah, man.
Well, after seeing
But just
that
not
trailer,
enough primos.
This version seems absolutely stacked.
You
We're
pull on
getting the
Shenhe's
next
banner? You want Shenhe
installment
too?
of the Twins quest in this version. Woo, 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 woo. Yippee!
And let's not forget, Skirk is finally here, you guys. Yup. I cannot wait to see how all these stories unfold.
Her first appearance left quite the impression, didn't it? So mysterious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that interaction left us all with far more questions than answers.
Yeah, I mean, she did give us a few clues about herself, though. Remember? In the primordial
Already got
sea at the
Kinich
end of
weapon,
the
so this
Fontaine
patch
arc
will also be
on
dry for me.
Worms.
Oh, I see.
Something
Well,
about
why
the
didn't you
names
just wait for like Mavuika's weapon? I heard that Mavuika's weapon is pretty good on Kinich too.
I still don't know what any of it means, though.
I don't know if you have
that's
Mavuika,
fair.
though.
So far, all
If
we
you have
know about
Mavuika,
her
I feel like
past
you
is
should have
that
gone
she
for
trains
Mavuika's
under
weapon
the
instead of
Tao,
Kinich's weapon.
Azurelight.
So that way you have a good weapon for both of them.
Certology isn't just some ordinary mentor.
Oh, definitely not. Dainsleif revealed that Certology is one of the 5 sinners of Conria and someone who possesses all-encompassing power.
Okay, now that I think about it, though.
Walk in the park.
Now that I think about it,
Well, maybe that explains how aloof and
I feel like this weapon banner, Engulfing Lightning and Mountain King or whatever Kinich's weapon is called, is a little easier. Is a little bit easier of a pill to swallow.
The important thing is, this time we should be able to get some answers, right?
Because it's Engulfing Lightning and Mountain King or whatever it's called.
Then be sure to check out her story quest. Where
So
the
it's not
Traveler
bad,
and Skirk's
right?
paths
It's not bad.
cross once again. Travelers will have the chance to uncover new clues about her past and the world of Teyvat as a whole. So don't miss out.
Ah, so Liyue is where we run into Skirk this time.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's kind of weird seeing her out and about like this, isn't it? In such a normal location.
Right?
Wait, hold on a second. Is Skirk playing an
She
instrument?
kind of sticks out like a
I mean,
sore
in my
thumb,
mind,
doesn't she?
She's like this, ice
Like that.
Skirk.
Normal location.
Look at her, like she's like her design is like stars and like space and abyss, and just in Liyue, right? Like in a restaurant.
Like this, isn't it? In such a normal location.
Not that I want her. I have her sig.
Wait, hold on a second.
Oh,
Is Skirk
she can buff
playing an
Ayaka and
instrument?
Ganyu. That is true.
I mean, in my mind, she's like this, ice queen, but here she actually looks emotional.
If you have
I mean, there's
if you have
almost sadness
Escoffier,
there.
Oh,
then
yeah.
your Ayaka with
Means a
Shenhe
lot to her.
is actually
You
now
don't even know.
endgame
It
viable.
Sure does. As for why she chooses to play it alone in a place like this, well, that's something travelers can uncover for themselves.
His weapon suddenly popped out of nowhere.
What I can relate is,
Don't-
after
I did
encountering
not.
a
I
mysterious
thought you
power
pulled
in this
for
quest,
Kinich's
the traveler
weapon
starts having strange nightmares, and
because you
it
had
seems that
Kinich,
Skirk is the
and
only
you also
one
had
who can
Mavuika.
help, which
Question
means
now:
the
why
only
did
way
you
to
pull
resolve
on
the
that
situation
banner if you don't have
is
Kinich?
to work together.
Okay, Slay.
Start
So
better.
we're teaming up with
Oh.
Skirk, huh?
So I was pulling on the
Okay,
weapon
but, like,
banner. So
am
why
I
the
the
weapon
only
banner
one
though?
who
Why
knows
not the
this
character
one?
banner? Just to like build pity or
Intimidated
something.
by Skirk. She's only a mysterious swordmaster with insane fighting skills and an
Sorry for nod cry.
unbreakable stone cold
Excuse me, you said not cry.
Seriously though, with their ability to wield various elements and their abyssal
The
purification,
weapon looks so good.
Fighting against Skirk like work
Skirk's
together.
weapon? Yeah, it does. It does. But you're not gonna be able to see it that way though, because like, from what I heard, her normal stance is not what you're gonna use. She has like a obviously she's Tartalia's master, right? So she probably has a very similar maybe not gameplay, but like the idea of her kit. Like she probably also has like some kind of like stance or something. You know, like Tartaglia, right? You never use him in his bow form.
Is for the two to work together.
Okay, Slay.
Guaranteed
so
on
we're
the character
keeping up with
printer.
Skirk,
Oh, I
huh?
see.
Okay, but
Okay.
like, am I the only one who's a little intimidated?
Well, at least it wasn't a bad weapon banner. I think the 4 stars on the Kinich and Kinich and Raiden Shogun weapon banner though aren't great. The 4-star weapons, I mean.
With their ability to
But at least the 2
very
5-stars were
elements
okay.
and their abyssal purification powers, I think the Traveler can hold their own.
Yeah, it'll be fine. No problem.
Is that a new? What is that? What is this? Is this the Papilla boss? Please tell me I can pre-farm. Please tell me I can pre-farm. It looks like I can pre-farm. I think that's from the Papilla boss.
Yeah.
Okay,
The boss you love the most. Hey. Well, hey, I don't mind it because it's overworld and it's, you know, it's gonna be really easy. I have actually fought that boss. Who was I farming for?
True, and just
I remember
she's
farming the
at
boss
past,
for a
that's
character
question
recently.
Travelers will need to answer for themselves in games.
And
so
it was just like a
ready to
simple,
play,
like not even like a full
considering Skirk and
rotation.
the Traveler will need to fight side
Like
by
more
side,
like a 75% of a
what she
rotation.
can do in combat.
Yes, I could pre-farm a.
Annihilate. Merciless.
I still really don't like her animations. And like, look at that burst animation. Oh my god, it's Kokomi. It's Kokomi 2.0.
Merciless.
Like, look at that. If that's not Kokomi, I don't know what is. Does the stream end after the video, or you'll play Genshin after? I will play Genshin after. I have some stuff to do. Imaginarium Theater. Oh, the event. Yeah. Oh my god. Have not done the event even once. I gotta do it 5 times. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be real fun. Everyone says the event isn't great. I have to do it 5 times. Yeah, I don't like this. Like, look at this burst animation.
Merciless.
Right? Okay, so I don't know the proper terminology for this. But like, when it comes to animation, any form of animation, right? Like anime, 2D cartoons, even like you could even apply it to not animation, like real life stuff, like real life movies or shows, right? Like fight coordination, 2D animation, or even like cartoons, right? There you go, right? Cartoons and fight coordination. So whenever you see someone wind up, right? Like wind up, clench their fist, and then like move backwards, like you're expecting a hit, right? Like as soon as they move forward, you're expecting like you get this feeling of like, like that's the feeling that you get. But with this burst animation, look at this.
Merciless.
Okay, burst animation. Come on. Okay, all right. Look at this, right? Okay, you're like, okay. So that felt like a wind up. So now I'm expecting that big hit. And then, okay, nope. There's no big hit. Like, okay. Well, this looks like another wind up. Another wind up. Okay, here. Wind up. I was expecting a hit. Okay, well, no hit yet. So, okay, well, all right, here we go. We have another wind up. Okay, I'm expecting a hit now. Because there wasn't a wind up. And then like, okay, well, where's the hit? It's not here yet. And then there's another wind up. Okay, wind up and then supposed to be hit. And then nope, there's the wind up like and then now I'm expecting a hit. It's finally here. Right? It's like it's giving you this feeling of like and then like you're expecting a hit, right? And then right, that's the feeling that it gives me. And it's not satisfying. Maybe 2, right? Maybe 2 wind-ups, like a fake out. But 3, it's really unsatisfying. Now I can't unsee Kokomi. It's really hard to unsee Kokomi, man. Like, look at her floating around. Okay, I wish I could just stay in this form, though. Look at this. Right? If that's not really cool, then I don't know what is. That is so cool. Alright, and she looks cool. I'll give her that. She looks cool in this form. But I just don't like that she looks like Kokomi. Like, look at this. Wind up, and then wind up, and then...
As Child's master and someone capable of training in the abyss, Skirk's combat skills are truly something special.
Coco a fish and she's a whale, so it had to be similar.
Doesn't use a vision.
You know what? That actually makes sense. A whale isn't a fish, though. A whale is a mammal. Although the thing is, like, she has nothing to do with a whale. Her master's pet was not a whale. It was a narwhal. But same thing, a narwhal isn't a fish. It's a mammal. But I guess, like, sea creatures with no arms and legs and has flippers. Okay, I don't know, I guess. Just wish Sitlali gets a rerun soon. Sitlali. Oh, yeah, well... I don't wish that yet. I don't have any primos, man. I hope that Sitlali gets a rerun, like, at least 3 or 4 patches from 5.7, because I need to save up. I really need to save up. Am I too late to the party? Started playing something right after the stream started, and I can't quit. Oh sure, no, we just started, Shinran. We just started. Coco meme and Skirk. Ito Milna. What? Oh, that's not English. Okay, what's up, Saiyan? Sorry, my dude. I don't understand what that means. Should only take about 150 days plus event, more random spending. You mean to save up, I guess? Actually, a whale is a mammal. Actually, a whale is a mammal. Whale isn't a fish. So that's not actually true. It's not accurate. She shouldn't look the same as Kokomi because Kokomi's a fish and she's a narwhal. And the narwhal isn't a fish. It's a mammal. Get your facts straight. I use Navia, Ito in the same team. Navia and Ito in the same team. You know, I think you can, Saiyan. It's not great, but I think you can. Because Navia, you can actually use Navia and just give her very little field time. Right? Because, like, you could just burst on her. Ito, ideally, you want the whole team to be supporting Ito. Right? You want Goro in there, you want Zhongli, you want Zelonin. Right? Or even, like, Albedo or... yeah, like, Geo supports, other Geo supports, right? But having Navia on the team means that you need someone who isn't Geo. Right? Like a petch element, an element that you can crystallize, which means, and remember, Navia doesn't do anything to buff Geo, right? And I cannot think off the top of my head of a petch element character, petch element support that supports Geo that isn't Navia. you know what I mean? And when I say support Geo, I'm talking about like Zilonen, for example, right? Zilonen in a team with at least three Geo characters, she res shreds Geo, right? Or like Goro, I don't remember what Goro does. I know that he is a dedicated Geo support, right? And so you are essentially bringing Navia, who doesn't do anything for Ito, but she does carry her own weight because she does a decent amount of damage, especially if you include at least one patch element off-field applier in the team, right? Okay, so now you have two character slots that don't do anything for Ito. So now, okay, I guess you could put what's her name? I guess you could put Zilonen in there, Zilonen with Ito, but then like other than Zilonen, there's no one else that's helping Ito do any damage. And remember, Ito is a pretty old character, so his multipliers are not as high as modern characters. So you're gonna need a really good build on your Ito, and you're gonna ideally you want to have a really good build on Ito just to get him to be endgame viable in 2025. And you ideally, like, you really do want to use every single character on the team that isn't Ito to be buffing Ito and res shredding or whatever, right? But with with Navia, that's already two characters that don't do anything for Ito. So technically, you can, like, rotation wise, because Navia, you can play Navia in such a way that you need very little field time for her. Right, just burst on her and then swap around a little bit and then swap back to Navia, press E, and then like go on Ito and then go ham on Ito, and then once Ito's burst is over, swap back to Navia, press E again. Right, like you could make the rotation work, but I don't think it's great. You can use them, just put Noblesse on Ito and Noblesse on Ito. Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's actually kind of sad. Where are you from? Are you asking me, Sayan? I'm right. Likely from India, probably. Take you to reach 100 million Wara. I did not pay attention. Probably at least 3 or 4 years. I didn't really pay attention. When I got to AR60, I was already at like 70 or 80 million. And like, remember, when you get to AR60, okay, I don't know if you know this yet. I don't think you're AR60 yet. When you get to AR60, any adventure rank that you earn instantly, just instead of gaining AR, it just turns into Mora. It's not a lot of Mora, but it's something. Ito there for emotional support. Bennett, Sitlali, Mavuika. Bennett, Sitlali, Mavuika. That's funny guy. Funny guy. AR60, you get free Aika, right? Is that meme still floating around, man? I have this team: Navia, Farina, Bennett. Navia, Farina, Bennett. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Take the last slot. I don't have Zolona nor Zhongli. Oh. You could just add Fischl for the last slot. Yeah, Fischl would be like a pretty good fit for that, because like she would be your off-field. Well, I guess you already have Farina for off-field patch application. Yeah, a second Geo would be nice for Geo resonance. I have Kachina. What does Kachina do again? I really don't know. Does she do anything to buff Geo or Red Shred or anything other than Cinder City? Does she do anything else? I do not remember what she does. All I remember is that Kachina is sort of like budget Zilonin. That's all I remember, but I don't remember what she does. My country, I'm from the Philippines, my friend. Like an Ito with instructor for 120 EM. Oh, brilliant. My team, you can run dual DPS with Mav is Nebula Farina, Zilonin, and Mavuika. Otherwise, just better to run another support for Mavuika. Love from India. Hey, cheers, San. Give my regards to India. India is very quickly growing in the last couple of years. Like in the early 2010s, in the early to late 2010s, smartphone manufacturers have been like, man, like it was like their wet dream, right? New market with like over a billion people. Well, maybe not over a billion people, but like over a billion people in population. And even if like 30% of that billion plus people did not have smartphones, imagine that is like still so many people. That is like 30% of a billion is 300 million people, which is about the population of the USA. Right, which in its own right, is not an unpopulated country. It is definitely one of the highest, one of the countries that has the highest population in the world, right? But yeah, like India in the last like 5-15 years has been entrepreneurs like wet dream. It's such a quickly growing market, and I hear a lot of things about India as well, right? Like, like the whole like scammer call center thing seems to be, a lot of them seem to come from India. They're not all from India, but a lot of them seem to come from India. I certainly hope that can get resolved, right? Because that is not a good reputation to have. Like when you have a lot of outside investors, not from your country, that are just raring to go, right? Like, we have money, we want to spend it so that we can make more money. Can we risk it in your country, right? Like, there's that. But it's not a great reputation. I hope that can get resolved like at some point in the future. That number is just on paper. Yeah, oh, that's true. That's true. That's even just the people that are actually like registered that the government knows about. That is absolutely true. Know where I'm from, RJ? I imagine you're somewhere around Asia. Cause, oh no, well, like Western Asia, either Western Asia or like somewhere in the Middle East. Because from what I remember, you're like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 hours behind my time zone. Other than Cinder City, Kachina is more of an off-field damage dealer at C6. C4 gives increased defense. Oh, okay, that's. But Navia is an attack scale. Okay, yeah. Nonetheless, she helps in generating bullet shields for Navia. Yeah, because like off-field geo applier, right? And like together with a really good off-field petch applier, generates a lot of what's it called? Crystallizes. Current population of India is more than China. Yep. China's population is really, really quickly slowed down. That it was like so fast, right? It was growing and growing and growing really, really fast, and then it stopped almost instantly. Like once it hit like 1.2, 1.3 billion, it stopped almost instantly. That is so scary. Like economically, that is. It's gonna be really hard to change how the rotation of money works in your country in order to still be sustainable when your population stops growing, because the current typical like capitalistic way of making money revolves around the population just continuing to go up forever. Right? And once that, like, for example, right, like the idea of insurance, like everything has insurance nowadays. But the thing about insurance is, like, okay, right, like more money, more people have to throw in more money into the pot than the people that are taking out of it, right? And it is like, it's more likely that older people are taking out more from the pot than younger people are. Which means when your population stops growing, you will very likely have more old people than you have young people. Which means there's more money being taken out of the system than the money that's going in. Which means insurance is going to have to raise insurance prices, right? So whoever's paying for insurance now is going to be paying way more than their grandpa was. And same thing with Social Security, and a bunch of the typical capitalistic way that society functions and like money rotates. It's built on everyone expecting the population to just grow forever, to just keep on growing forever. Is gaming your profession? No, I do not. Like, look at me, dude. I got like 1.4k subs. I highly doubt I'm making bank. And like, dude, there's like 9 people watching in chat right now. This is the average, right? This is not the minimum. This is the average. No. I got a real job. Well, real is a not 100% accurate word, but I got a job. That's what happens with population growth. Just search up logarithmic growth to find more details. Yep. Pretty interesting cause. When they abolished the one-child policy, the population increase slowed down, or did they abolish the policy in hopes increasing population? They probably noticed that the population increase was slowing down. Yeah, and then like, dude, they have the data on this, right? Like they could see, like how many families were only having one child, right? Because basically everyone, right? And just common sense tells you that when 2 people make one child, in 80 years from now, your population of 500 million will then be replaced by like one child for each 2 people. So 100 years from now, your population of 500 million will then only be 250 million. And then those 250 million make pair up together and make one child each. You're right? Within the span of like 100 to 150 years, your population of 500 million is now down to 125 million. So it's just like, yeah, right? Ideally, you don't want that, especially for a country whose like biggest thing is manufacturing. And the thing about manufacturing is like it is low labor cost is what manufacturing is. Ideally, you do not want to pay a factory worker above the minimum wage because they're not really like it's just really hard to pay a factory worker, like a level 1, not like a supervisor or anything, like just a level 1 like assembly line guy, more than the minimum wage. Right? It's a tough pill to swallow as an entrepreneur. I'm also a professional cinematographer. Hey. So, wait. Oh, hey. You know what, Sayan? Glad to have you here, buddy. Finally, someone who's not like 11 years old. not that I don't mind like some of you guys being like 11, 12, 14 years old, right? I like you guys are cool, but there's so few guys that are like above 20 years old. It like I can't make jokes about stuff from the 90s and 2000s. You, even every 20 years it gets halved. Maybe not 20, because like obviously people are not dying every 20 years, right? You're not being born and then you're dead in 20 years. No. So that's why like I gave like 150 year like estimate earlier. RJ, I'm not 11. I wasn't talking about you, man. I was like also like just because I said a number doesn't mean I meant the number. It's obviously it's a joke. It's sarcasm. I should have used like a smaller number to make it obvious that it was a joke. You're not going. They're going the same state as Japan and Korea. Population compromised old people. That is true. Yeah, that is true. And it is really tough. Like remember, the social security, like the social security is a thing that almost every country has, right? And the more old people you have, the less people are paying. The more old people you have, the more old people are taking money out of the system, and the less people are putting money into the system. So it's gonna be really, really tough on everyone who is like paying for social security. Like all the young working people. Either they have to either the system has to ask them to pay more, or the system's just gonna like break down and stop paying the old people. Maybe this will also affect the prevalence of more tech-dependent facilities and possibly more AI stuff due to lack of manpower. Yeah. It really will, right? It really will. And like with the car manufacturing, right? Like car manufacturing from like the early days and today. Like imagine a car factory back then. Like you would have literally like thousands and thousands of people working there. And now you have like what, 5 engineers in one entire factory. Maybe not 5, obviously. I'm kidding, right? Like maybe 30 or 50 or 100, but not like 5,000. Like because of robots. Right? Robots. And that was a big deal. That was a big deal. And the thing is, like, we didn't even do it just because we lacked manpower. Like, right? Like we did not lack the manpower at the time. Like factories did not lack the available people like who could work in a factory at the time. The population was still growing. They just did it because the technology was available the technology that could allow them to save money was available, and they just did it. What more if the technology that can allow corporations to save money, and they know that there's a lack of manpower, right? How many less jobs are we gonna have? I'm at the ripe age of not being able to vote. There should be a feature in YouTube that kicks out if you are doing nothing for too long, because we are in the same frame for 20 minutes now. I mean, like ideally, like YouTube doesn't. Well, there is a thing actually. They sometimes my wife likes to play these like tracks that are like an hour or longer, like before she goes to bed. And sometimes like it'll just randomly stop. Albeit this is on mobile, right? Not on PC. This is on mobile. And it'll just suddenly like show like, pop up where it says like, are you still there? And then like if you press yes, it'll continue to play the thing. And then like obviously if you don't do anything, it just it just stops until like your phone screen times out. Solution is to make an AI Skirk. An AI Skirk and make her work in a factory. We're staying away from Genshin as usual. Don't you just love it, right? People come here for Genshin, but then like they stay for the yap. Okay, anyway, I stopped playing the thing because I wanted to listen to her kit. And then like I got started on the yap again. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up. I just wanted to yap about it. Yeah, somebody opened the topic up. Well, it was me. I opened the topic up, but like somebody opened up a topic that led me to open this topic, and then yeah, here we are, 30 minutes later.
Powers come from the abyss, but in the interest of blending in, she camouflages it to appear cryo-like in nature.
Oh, okay. So like she actually doesn't truly use elements. It's just for the sake of like gameplay and for the sake of like the developers not having to introduce an entirely new element into the game. Not yet. Hopefully in the future they introduce. You know what? Now that I think about it, I actually don't want Hoyo to introduce any more elements to Genshin. I feel like that would just it would break. I think it would break so many things in gameplay if they introduced another element that had its own like interactions. Because like the current setup, right? Like the current elemental reactions, right, that we have now, they are so tightly knit, and they're all the multipliers of all the different characters are so like they were decided, right? Like the final multipliers were ultimately decided upon based on all the available elemental reactions, right? Like, and all the things that you could do with said elemental reaction with all the available characters and their unique kits. And I feel like introducing a new element that also has its own elemental reaction with all the different elements would just be like throwing a wrench into an engine. What's the expression again? Throw a wrench something like there's like an expression there that I can't remember. Throw a wrench into their plans or something. Yeah, something like that. It'll be more like her who master powers as usual MLS like Dane. Oh yeah. His blue flame. That is true. His blue flame's gonna be pyro. Oh my god, that's gonna be sick if we. Oh god, blue flames, huh? It's like Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Like literally the only character in the entire, I guess like lore, right? No, like in the entire like Avatar universe that uses blue flames. Another element is just hell for theory craft. Yep, yeah, that's true. RDM 11. I do not know what expressions you are talking about. Hey, again, I said I wasn't talking about you.
Skirk's attacks do not rely on elemental energy. She uses a special kind of energy known as serpent subtle.
Here we go, confirmation. Yep, she does not use energy. She does not need any energy recharge.
Instead. And when you tap her elemental skill, Skirk gains a certain amount of energy and enters a special combat state.
She looks really cool, but I still hate her animations in her combat stance.
Skirk gains tap her instead. And when you tap her instead. And when you tap her
that looks so cool, man.
And when you tap her instead. And when you tap her
I love it. It looks so cool. My problem is when she starts fighting, which is what do you want to do? Like that's why you get into a combat stance, is because you want to fight.
Mental skill. Skirk gains a certain amount of energy and enters a special combat state, signaled by her change in outfit, which is very cute, might I add. While in this state,
her charged attack though, oh my god, I like the camera shake. Dude, I love the camera shake. That it's so satisfying. It is like Eula's burst.
You might I add. Well,
right, I love it. Right, like there's like a like, and obviously there's no like explosion, but it like you could feel it because there's a bit of camera shake, and like I love that it happens exactly at the same time as like this like sound that Just like or something. It'd be crazy like if they add something like white lightning. What would that be? Would that even be pyro? Actually, I was born just 20 minutes ago. Explosion.
While in this state, Skirk's normal, charged, and plunging attacks deal cryo damage that can't be overridden. This state also increases her resistance to interruption and attack AoE. And...
Okay. So what was that? Elemental infusion. Cannot be overridden. Okay, cool. Another reason that you shouldn't like hold off on C6ing Bennett. What was it called? Resistance, interruption resistance, and okay, slightly bigger AoE. I just hope the AoE is actually usable AoE. And it's not like fake AoE.
And attack AoE. And when cryo-related reactions are triggered, multiple void rifts will appear on the field.
What?
Related reactions are overridden. Might I add? While in this state, damage that can't be overridden. This state also increases her resistance to interruption and attack AoE. And when cryo-related reactions are triggered, multiple void rifts will appear on the field.
Okay, so that's probably going to be a really big deal to her kit.
Skirk can use her charged attack or her special elemental burst to absorb the void rifts.
Special elemental burst. Charged attack, I'm going to assume that's the thing that does the whole camera shake thing. Special burst, though. I hope it's not cringe. I hope it's not cringe to like generate and like quote unquote energy for her. She doesn't use energy, right? I hope it's not. It's all been mathed out that it happens all exactly at like a very specific point in your like on her field time. I just hope it's like with Veresa, her special burst actually requires energy recharge, and albeit it's barely any energy recharge, right? But it can like there's still a chance there to make it cringe. Because like if you just somehow lack like even like the one energy recharge that you need for it, right? Did she get handicapped that much outside of non-hydro cryo teams? Mathematically, I don't know.
And after unleashing a special elemental burst, her normal attack's damage will be increased based on the number.
What?
Burst. A special elemental burst. Her normal attack's damage will be increased based on the number of rifts absorbed.
Aw, heck yeah. So it's kind of like the more she fights, the stronger she gets.
Yeah, pretty much.
She sounds like she's gonna feel a lot like Nivelette. Like, and what I mean by that is like she can stay on the field. She's probably gonna have somewhere around like up to 18 and maybe even 25-second rotations. Just because you can keep her on the field for a really long time. Her attacks look pretty fast. Yeah, but I still hate like the floating around thing. Like the animations. Like they look really satisfying though.
Plus,
like especially the charged attacks. At least I'm guessing it's a charged attack. Like when she does like the slashing thing and then there's like camera shake. It looks cool. Can't have Nivelette. We already have Nivelette at home.
holding her elemental
Bennett doesn't even work with her. Yeah.
skill is another option. When there are void rifts on the field, holding her elemental skill will allow Skirk to absorb them and gives her the ability.
For a second there, I thought it was Kaching. For like a split, for like one frame.
Her elemental skill will allow Skirk to absorb.
Like yeah, there. Right? For like a few frames there, I was like, Kaching. What if we put her in a melt team?
Absorb them and gives her the ability to quickly maneuver around the battlefield. Once she has enough energy, she can unleash her
That actually looks pretty cool.
gives her the holding her elemental.
I hope you can do this just like while exploring. I hope this isn't something that you can only do in combat.
Is another option.
right? Because like that
When
looks
there are
pretty
void
cool.
rifts on the field, holding her elemental
It doesn't
skill will
look
allow Skirk
super
to-
fast. It looks about as fast as like sprinting speed, but it's cool. And I imagine it doesn't take up stamina, so that's the thing. What if we... What the heck are you talking about, Shinrin? We put Skirk in a what?
Absorb them and gives her the ability to quickly maneuver around the battlefield. Once she has enough energy, she can unleash her elemental burst to deal consecutive slashes of AoE.
I still hate her burst animation. I don't like her burst animation. Why is it so long, though? Why is it so long? My god. I don't want it to be that long. And I hate how it gives you 3, like, wind-ups before the big hit.
She can unleash her
Look at this.
elemental
Wind
burst
up,
to deal
wind up,
consecutive
wind
slashes
up,
of AoE
burst.
damage.
It's so long. Why is it so long?
I see. So she's a unit you can keep on the field for a long time, or take out when you need a sudden burst of damage.
Pairing her with Hydro and
You know, I still don't get, like... Okay. I don't get this, by the way.
her elemental energy to absorb them. Her option. When there are void rifts on the field, holding her elemental skill will allow Skirk to absorb them and gives her the ability to quickly maneuver around the battlefield. Once she has enough energy, she can unleash her elemental burst to deal consecutive slashes of AoE damage.
So, apparently there's a special burst. And I'm guessing that
Unleash her elemental burst to
this is not the special burst. I'm guessing this is like the one big hit swap off thing. Like her normal burst, I guess.
She can unleash her elemental burst to deal consecutive slashes of
So which of these animations is her quote-unquote special burst then?
elemental burst to deal consecutive slashes of AoE damage.
I see. So she's
Okay, so it looks like she came out of her combat stance after using that burst.
Slashes of AoE damage.
Oh, well.
I see.
Oh, yeah, right there.
AoE damage.
I see.
Yeah.
So she's a unit you can keep on the field for a long time,
Burst?
or take out when you need a sudden burst of damage.
Oh, no? Yeah. Oh, I don't know, actually. Did the burst just... Did her combat stance just time out? Because it didn't disappear immediately after the burst. Disappeared like 1 or 2 seconds after the burst.
Burst of damage.
Pairing her with Hydro and Cryo characters also further enhance.
I just have the clock stop and burst animations now. Other games already have... the clock stop? What do you mean by have the clock stop? Lumpia Queen. I feel like I've heard that name before, Shinrin. Is that like a Filipino vlogger or something?
Enhances her abilities. And if your team is comprised entirely of Hydro and Cryo characters, your party member's elemental skill level will be increased by 1.
Whoa, so she like enhances her party
That's pretty
member's
cool.
skill.
Increased by 1. Skill level will
That's actually pretty cool. Skill level? Oh, that's exactly for Farina and Escoffier. If that's not for Farina, Escoffier, and Shenhe, then I don't know what is. That is exactly, literally, for those 3 characters. And for no one else. The timer in Abyss. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I know you're right. That is true, actually. Yeah, that is true. I agree with that. Especially if you have all 5-star characters, because remember, 5 stars have burst animations, and 4 stars don't. Except for Barbara, for some reason. And Traveler. Traveler, despite being a quote-unquote 5-star, does not have a burst animation. And Barbara, being a 4-star, has a burst animation. I'm gonna go Shenhe. If I fail, I'll get Emilie instead. I am actually gonna try to go for Shenhe. I'm gonna try to go for Shenhe because like I'm pretty satisfied with my Mavuika now on my main account. Well, not satisfied, but like I'm not severely disappointed in her performance, right? Like despite being C0, R0. I think it's mostly thanks to the fact that I have Gravestone. Right? If I didn't have Gravestone, then I don't know what I would be doing in my life now. I think all I'm missing to make my Mavuika feel a little more satisfying to use on my main account is just set Lolly. But getting C1 would be nice as well. Getting C1 would be nice. But once I get set Lolly, I wouldn't really need C1 anymore, right? Like because like I would have set Lolly, I would have Zelonin, and then I would have Mavuika. Then I would already have just the 3 characters that would get me to max fighting spirit every single rotation, right? Like I wouldn't need like the bonus fighting spirit thing that C1 gives me. Like obviously like C1 also does other things, but like I wouldn't need like at least part of what C1 gives. Yeah, so I think especially because she is an Archon, so she is more likely to rerun sooner than Shenhe, who's literally only had 1 rerun until now. I do not count the Chronicled Wish banner to be a rerun. I think this is, yeah, I remember Shenhe's only had 1 rerun, and then now in 5.7 she's getting her 2nd rerun despite being released in what year? Okay, Shenhe, when released? Let's see. January 5th of 2022. Jeez. It's been 3 years. She's more like she's a 3.5-year-old character and only had 2 reruns. Hey, what's up, Mr. J? How's it going, man? I'm gonna do for no one. If I fail, I'll just start crying. Yep. I was checking like an hour ago if you were live. An hour ago? I think. Well, it was. Well, I'm not. I haven't been on for an hour yet. I'm at 57 minutes though. What do people hate the Chronicle Wish? It's the same chance of getting a 5-star. It's a 5-star character, yes. A 5-star character, but the 5-star weapon is not. Right now, granted, you don't. If you lose your 50-50, you don't get a standard 5-star weapon. But there's always a chance that you might not want any of the other 5-star weapons on the Chronicles Wish banner, right? And it's weapon banner. Getting a weapon on the Chronicles Wish banner means that it's a higher pity, right? Because it's still 90 pity, and yes, as Mr. J said, the pity doesn't carry over. It has its own pity counter, outside like right, like excluding or not including not included in the normal like limited 5-star banners. Stuck in Shangling's basement peeling potatoes would go, but well, it is actually kind of funny that like in like lore wise she saved Liwe, and like now she works for Shangling, right? Well, not Shangling, but like she works for Chef Mao, yeah. Weapon is not guaranteed. What? Yeah, no, it's not guaranteed. Weapon's 50-50, man. Weapon, the weapon, like if you pick a weapon on the Chronicle Wish banner, it works almost like a character banner, except for weapons. Except it's weapons. Like if you pick a weapon, if you lose the 50-50, then you get one of the weapons on the Chronicled Wish banner. I was kind of hyped when I saw Kokomi because hard pity and guaranteed, then realized it's the trap banner. Oh yeah, the Chronicled Wish banner. Do you not want any of the other characters on the Chronicled Wish banner, Mr. J?
Will be increased by 1.
Whoa, so she like enhances her party members' skills too. Once a mentor, always a mentor, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It sounds like Tartaglia had a great teacher.
Oh, he sure did.
And I love the look of her camouflaged abyssal powers.
Right.
The special effects are incredible.
Right? And when she enters her special combat state, her outfit changes too. Okay, slay. It looks a lot more suited for battle, don't you think?
Oh,
It's her last rerun because I was on a break. Been waiting for the next one, and now I'm getting.
You can use her special combat state to dish out damage with cryo-infused attacks and heighten this damage by absorbing void rifts with her special elemental burst. Or, after other Hydra and cryo party members have generated void rifts, you can take to the field to quickly absorb them.
What?
You can take to the field to quickly absorb them and build up energy to unleash powerful slashes with her normal elemental burst.
Yeah, both.
Quickly absorb them and have generated.
After other Hydro and Cryo party members have generated void drifts. So what generates void rifts then? Was it not her normal attacks? I feel like it sounded like they were alluding to that earlier. They didn't specifically state it, but it sounded like that was the case. I guess whenever you trigger a freeze reaction. Rexon. He just typed reaction as Rexon. Sadly, there is not a cheat sheet for me to get this chronicled banner. Hey, what's up, Luap? How's it going, man?
Void rifts, you can take to the field to quickly absorb them and build up energy to unleash powerful slashes with her normal elemental.
And no, I don't care about anyone else in the user and
Really,
what's her
really
face.
useful. And since Cryo and Hydro characters enhance Skirk's skills, there are tons of team comp possibilities here.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, hey, speaking
Seem
of,
kind of fun,
what
but
about
not
Dahlia?
enough to
He's
pick
a
her.
Hydro
Oh,
character,
I see,
right?
I see.
Sounds
Well, I'm
like
sorry to
he'd be a
hear
good
that,
fit
man.
for Skirk.
What do you want,
Found
Kokomi, though?
something here.
Is
We
there
got to know
like a
him a
team
bit
that you're
during the
trying to put
Mondstadt
together with
interlude.
Kokomi?
He's so refined, but also kind of mischievous at the same time. One thing we haven't seen, though, is what he can do in combat. Want to give us the scoop, Aileen?
You got it. You are in for a treat.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Why am I blanking on the name of the fashionista? Shoot. Now that you said that, I'm also blanking on her name.
This should be fun. Hey,
Shiori? Are you talking about Shiori?
thus saith the Animal Archive.
I like her style. It's like the last character of my original to get list. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, you know, I think a lot of us had like a quote unquote to get list. Like back in the Inazuma, no, back in the Liyue and Inazuma
It's
days.
like the shield appears in response to his prayer.
Yes, and for a certain period.
And then like at some point Sumeru came, and then like we were overwhelmed with the number of characters that we wanted to get. Like thankfully Sumeru didn't have too many characters that like you would just feel really sad to not have on your account. Right? But Fontaine was a different beast. Like it was like banger character after banger character. It was like power creep after power creep. There was like even Linny was sort of like power creep. Right? Mathematically, he was power creep. And then came Arlecchino, and then Nivelette, and then Farina. It was crazy. And then now we have Natlan. Like we're basically every 5-star is a power creep from the last one. Like your says last, yeah. Leaks are saying that Saritsa will be Cryo. One for my first hyper team. Hyper. Oh, what was your first hyper team?
Period of time after
Wait, what does she do? What does he do?
Okay, so Dahlia is a Hydro Sword user and support character who can use his elemental burst to provide a Hydro shield for his teammates.
Oh, it's like the shield appears in response to his prayer.
Yes, and for a certain period of time, after unleashing his elemental burst, Dahlia can gain stacks of benison by hitting enemies with normal attacks or triggering freeze reactions. So when his shield breaks, Dahlia can consume his stacks of benison to summon it again, allowing him to continuously protect his party members and to increase their resistance to interruption.
Heck yeah.
And after unlocking a specific talent, Dahlia can also boost the attack speed of the on-field character.
So it says that the shield, like he will get stacks when he does normal attacks, right? I'm pretty sure I heard that right, right? When he does normal attacks, but I'm gonna take a wild guess here that that's not true. That it probably does not need to be him that's doing the normal attacks to gain these stacks to like regenerate his shield. It's probably the on-field character that has to do normal attacks. Linny's a femboy that wants to be a okay. A shame she's so annoying to play. Yeah, yeah, that's true. So even though Milani quote unquote power creeps Nivelet mathematically, I still don't really consider it as like power creep because like she's so annoying to play, and like your DPS with her is gonna be really inconsistent because like you can actually miss with her actually like the way that she does damage, and it's not even your fault that she misses.
allowing them dish out damage even faster.
Oh, nice. So he can.
Real, no one else is getting that vibe. Oh, hey, Mr. J. Okay, have you watched like the anime Overlord? If you have, then like, so one of no, two of his like I don't remember what they're called, like the guardians, I guess. Yeah, the guardians of his like tomb, of the something of Nazarick or something. I don't remember the names anymore. But there were two of the guardians, like the elves, right? Those two like little elves. The guy that dresses up like a guy is apparently the girl, right? They're like apparently they're twins, and the one that dresses up like a girl is a guy. So apparently, like, and the way that he mentions it is like, so he's like sort of like the guild leader, right? And they were all like players, and like for some reason when the servers died, when the servers got shut down, like he turned into like he got isekai'd. And one of like the, I guess like the guild leaders, just like him, was the one who designed those like two like elves. Had a weird like thing. It was weird in that way, so he made that a thing. I can fix her. Who can you fix, Laugh? What I get from Linny is him being whipped for Traveler. So he's jeez. These authors really not holding back with their fetishes. RJ, I promise that is not the main thing of the main topic of the anime. The anime itself is actually pretty cool. I believe it's based on it's like its source material is also it's like a light novel, I believe. I'm not sure. I really only watched the anime, but it's just something that you hear him mention, like I think at least once. Like he just says like that guy was really weird for like doing this, like even though he was one of this like the guy who designed them was one of his friends.
Then faster.
Oh, nice. So he can help.
Okay, that's pretty cool. But why would I use Dahlia over shoot, what's her name? Candace. Right? So it looks like Dahlia is a shielder. And it's a shield that regenerates, which is cool, right? Like ideally, ideally you want a shield that just doesn't break, right? Like Zhongli's, right? Ideally you just want a shield that doesn't break. But having a shield that's not really strong, but constantly regenerates is pretty cool, because it still feels like you have a shield on, because you just have just this constant interruption resistance, like 100% like interruption resistance. Because when you have a shield, even if the shield breaks, you still won't get knocked back, because like when you got hit, if you had the shield on, it still counts as you had a shield on, and thus are completely immune to interruption. So what I'm guessing is Dahlia's shield is not strong at all, and it's just there for basically interruption resistance, and his thing is mainly just interruption resistance and attack speed. So how much attack speed? I would imagine is probably more than Candace's attack speed thing. But if it's not, then why would I pick Dahlia over Candace when Candace has off-field hydro application and a normal attack bonus? You played Dahlia over Candace because you like femboys. Oh god. Yesterday I logged in at 199 resin and 40 seconds till full. Oh geez. Nice. Candace doesn't give attack speed. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, right. No, sorry. I was confusing Candace with Yunjin. Yeah, because Yunjin and Candace were both pretty decent supports for Ayato.
Help us attack without interruption and increase our attack speed. Sounds like a huge help.
And with his elemental skill, Dahlia summons Sacramental Shower and places it in a designated...
This is another thing that people are gonna have so much fun with in co-op. Like, if y'all thought that people had fun with Jean's skill, this is another level to that.
His summon has different effects depending on who comes into contact with it. So, for example, if it's an enemy, Sacramental Shower will explode, dealing AoE hydro damage to surrounding enemies. But if a nearby party member comes into contact with it, Sacramental Shower will propel them high into the air, allowing them to evade enemy attacks while gaining an aerial advantage.
That's a boy with a girl name? Dahlia doesn't seem girl-like to me. Well, Dahlia. I guess, like, because it sounds similar to an actual girl name, like Natalia or something. I guess it sounds girl-like. Well, okay, now that I think about it, it does sound girl-like. But not, like, super girly or anything. You're right, actually. Attack speed is slightly better for Skirk, I think. Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. Because, like, from what I heard, normal attacks are not Skirk's main source of damage. Well, it's part of it. Well, I don't know, actually. It is a female name. 10 million %. Okay, yeah, now that I think about it, it really is a girl name. Dahlia. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, it really is a girl name now. Now that I think about it, it's like I'm thinking about it more, and it's starting to, like, in my brain, I'm starting to visualize like flowers or something. I'm starting to visualize like a bed of flowers in a field. Took a peek at some Dahlia scaling, and talent level 10 Mika gives more attack speed. Oh god, jeez. Mika does give pretty big attack speed, right? Like, yeah, I remember that being a thing. She's Dahlia gives more attack speed. C6 though, jeez. It is a flower. Wait, Dahlia is a flower? You serious? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it really is a flower. Jeez. Nobody tell him. I had a male classmate before with the name Ashley. Did he get picked on a lot?
Okay.
I feel sorry for the guy.
Really reliable in combat, even though he seems kind of mischievous the rest of the time.
No, really.
Yes, he definitely does. He has his little mischievous thing going on. I still remember all his teasing towards Venti during the Mondstadt.
Hey, didn't we recently get a new character whose English VA didn't seem American? Like, had an accent? Had like a European accent? Who was it? Was it I think it was Escoffier. Yeah, I think it was Escoffier. And now, Dahlia, I don't know what accent that is. It seems Irish, but I could be wrong. It's like accents around that part of the world are really, really weird. They're so confusing. I don't know which one's which. But like, I think that's Irish.
Teasing towards Venti during the Mondstadt interview.
But at the same time, he's also supposed to be the...
And Is this because of the whole like strike thing, the whole like VA strike thing? Because that has nothing to do. I imagine that has nothing to do with Europe, right? So like if they get English VAs from Europe, then like they don't have a problem. Dahlia is a feminine name derived from the name of flower. Which was named in honor of the Swedish botanist Anders Dahl. That's Google, by the way. Oh, I was about to say, hey, that's kind of like what Siri does. Siri, and I don't know if you remember him. He lucked out because now, oh my god, very pretty one at that. Oh, jeez. Do you think the name had anything to do with it? Do you think his parents had anything to do with it? Having a girl name makes him or her more easily mistaken for a female without prior knowledge. Dude, that is like... Okay, Mr. J says like he doesn't consider that to be lucky. I think the bigger deal there is whoever dude tries to hook up with him in the future, right? Like imagine a dude seeing him in a bar, right? Offers a drink. And yeah, offers a drink, spends the night with him. Okay, transgender. Sure, I guess. Okay, cool. Had no idea that's not a quote unquote dude anymore, right? You guys aren't gonna be fencing anymore. But that is so messed up. Right? I certainly hope he at least, whoever shows any interest in him, at least he tells beforehand. RJ gone woke. I like that is genuinely a pretty big deal, by the way, like for trans people, right? Because like imagine you, a straight dude, see this beautiful woman across the counter from you, right, across the bar. Yeah, right. You offer her a drink. You hit it off. Right. You take her home, or she takes you home. And then, like, 8 months later, you two are still dating. And then, like, she just, on purpose, just doesn't tell you that they're trans. Right? Because like because they like you too much, and they're scared that you won't like them anymore when they find out. And then like you two are married, fast forward to 2 years later, you two are married, you want to have kids, but you can't. And then the excuse is, right, like now you're upset that you were not told specifically that this guy is trans. This guy used to be a dude, therefore does not have female reproductive organs. That you now 2-3 years later into your relationship, you find out you cannot have children with him. No, it'll traumatize me for the rest of my life. I should probably use her, right? Force a habit. I don't know what I should want. I should use. Like, for a moment there, I don't know if you noticed, but I was using him to refer to your friend, right? That happened to a friend of mine once at a party, only with a cross-dresser. Oh my god. Oh, we made some shocking discoveries about this. Oh, jeez. Oh. That is not a story that you should be telling everyone, man. It's some people are very visual people, and every time they hear anything, like they're always visualizing words. And I just read your message, and I was like, oh my god, now it's in my brain. Let's just say he was surprised but not horrified. Oh, that's. I feel like you might be more horrified than your friend that you're. Right, like I feel like you might be more horrified at your friend for not being horrified. Oh my god, jeez. I told you to keep it quiet. And here you are telling the world. It's okay because I'm not naming anyone. Hey. So did he still hit? Oh my god. Oh god, what is this conversation? I'm gonna play the video.
The one who communicates with the will of Barbados, right? I'm not sure what to make of their dynamic.
Well, I guess first and foremost, he's Venti's friend, right?
Yeah.
But even though he likes to tease, he's serious about his position as the Herald of Barbados. Oh, one more thing about his abilities. When Dahlia is in your party, the movement speed of your party members is increased during the day.
Oh.
Hey, all the better to spread the word of Barbados, praise Barbados, right? Is that how that works? Well, anyway, it's obvious he really cares about the people of Mondstadt.
Yeah.
Exactly, he definitely does. Besides, his mischievous nature keeps things a little bit interesting, don't you think?
Blame Dahlia
Aw.
for opening
Well,
up
now
the
that we
topic.
introduced our two new features for version 5.7, we should probably let travelers know when they can add them to their parties.
Can do. Let's jump right into the event wishes. In the first half of version 5.7, we'll have event wishes for Skirk and Shenhe.
Dahlia will also enjoy
Yep,
drop
there
rate.
we go.
Skirk and Shenhe.
Dahlia will also
Skirk and Shenhe. I do not know if I have enough primos for both of them. They're both in phase 1. I'm not wishing for Shenhe on my other accounts, thankfully. Thankfully, it's only my first account, which does have overall more primos on average. A higher income of primos, rather, than my second and third accounts. But it still does not have enough primos to guarantee 2 5-stars. Not to mention,
Dahlia will also enjoy a drop rate boost on the first
second half,
Plus,
5
the 5-star
stars.
sword, Azurelight, will be featured on the weapon banner.
Yes. And in the second half of version 5.
Mavuika. Ideally, I would want to get her C1. C1 and signature, excuse me. C1 and signature weapon. My crit ratio on her is kind of okay right now. I feel like if I get her signature, I feel like I would have trouble like balancing her crit ratio out. Because I just don't have that many usable Obsidian Codex pieces. So I don't know if I would actually have the right artifacts to balance out her crit ratios if I got her signature weapon. But hey, if I got it, I'm not going to say no to it. Hey, what's up, Batman? Have you been lurking there for a while? I'm at 65 pity, so I hope my next 10 give me Shenhe. 65 pity. Oh my god, that would be nice. Are you on guaranteed, Trenrin? Which is good, Mavuika or Skirk? That's oh, it came now. I see. You just came at the right time, man. Just as we were seeing the 5.75 stars. Damage ceiling, right? Damage ceiling, like maximum damage ceiling, both F2P and whale levels. I'm gonna take a guess. Obviously, I don't know Skirk's multipliers, obviously, right? I don't know her multipliers, but I'm just gonna take a guess that Skirk probably does not power creep Mavuika in terms of damage ceiling. Okay, so here are a couple of advantages that Mavuika has over Skirk. Right, again, this one is a little more speculative on my part because I'm just taking a guess because obviously I don't know her multipliers. But I reckon Hoyo probably would not want to power creep Mavuika, right? The Pyro Archon, who, by the way, is the most recent Archon, right? Only came out a couple of months ago. I reckon they wouldn't power creep her that quickly. All right, so just taking a wild guess there. I'm just taking a wild guess, but I'm fairly confident in that guess. And on top of that, Mavuika, while Mavuika's best team, right, her best teams, the damage difference in her between her best teams and her second best teams is so big that it just feels awful to not have the right supports for her. And when I say the right supports, like not having Zilonen, not having Sitlali, right? Those two, remember, 5 stars, right? Those are 5-star supports. So not having those two 5-star supports just feels awful because you're gonna be seeing all your friends that have Mavuika, Sitlali, and Zilonen doing like even free to play levels, doing like 800k, a million easy, right? Just do a simple rotation and then a million damage easy, right? Meanwhile, your Mavuika can barely break 500k because you don't have Sitlali or you don't have Zilonen, right? So it feels awful in that regard. But even in her second best teams, Mavuika is still one of the better DPSs, even if you don't have Sitlali. I don't have Sitlali, but Mavuika is one of my best DPSs on the account. Hey, what's up, Stella? How's it going, man? Now another thing too is, so according to what they explained of Skirk's kit, she doesn't have any off-field capability at all, and she seems to be completely locked into Hydro and Cryo teams only. That seems to be Skirk. Right? Skirk seems to be extremely locked in to Hydro Cryo teams only, whereas Mavuika is not. Technically, it would still be better to, ideally you want to run Mavuika in a forward melt team, ideally, but you don't have to. Right? In fact, I barely use Mavuika in a melt team because I don't have Sitlali. Right? In fact, I use Mavuika mostly with Farina in a vape team, and she does fine. Despite that fact, she is still one of my best DPSs on the account. Even though I don't have any constellations of her, I don't have her signature weapon. So, and on top of that, she has off-field capability, so you can use Mavuika as just an off-field pyro applier and an off-field damage dealer because she does enough damage even just being off-field. So, I reckon for somebody whose only goal is just to get the strongest characters on their account like as soon as possible, right? Because they're on a new account and they want to get more stars in Spiral Abyss. They want to get up higher in Imaginarium Theater or whatever this new end game mode is gonna be, right? If that is their goal, then I would highly recommend Mavuika over Skirk, especially because Skirk gains so much damage from Escoffier, and because Escoffier is a pretty niche support, she's a very cryo-oriented support, she probably will not have very many reruns. She's probably gonna rerun about as often as Shenhe has, maybe a little bit more, just because she is just so much better than Shenhe, right? Like in general, because like Shenhe is just way too specific a support, like right, like she's just way too specific a support. Whereas Escoffier can actually benefit Hydro characters as well, whereas Shenhe only benefits Cryo. Right, but I imagine Escoffier probably will have just barely more just barely more, slightly more frequently rerun than Shenhe, but just barely. Whereas, yeah, which means you get your Skirk now. You're gonna have to wait until like I don't know, like 6 years from now when Escoffier gets a rerun to finally unlock Skirk's max potential. All the gender talk melted RJ's brains. He's using he and she interchangeably. I don't know if you noticed that. I actually make that mistake a lot. I catch myself. I catch myself making that mistake a lot. You get guaranteed 5-star after getting capturing Raidens. Guaranteed 5-star. From what I understand, yes. Because when you get capturing Radiance, technically that was a 50-50 loss, right? You didn't get your guaranteed. And I think it was wrong person who told me this. Now, I can't confirm this, so I would recommend Googling this, right? Because like when you get your capturing Radiance, that is technically a 50-50 loss. That's why you got capturing Radiance. That's why capturing Radiance saved you from the 50-50 loss. So I think after that, you're on guaranteed. No, you don't. I lost a Mona after getting capturing Radiance on Farina's banner. What? That's complete garbage. Really? So you're capturing Radiance counts as you're guaranteed? So it's not counted as a 50-50 loss. I'm praying for Skirk now. No Primo, 63 pity.
Event wishes for Mavuika and Emilie.
Yippee! Pretty fire.
All right, that's it for the event wishes.
Ooh, okay.
Now the story
This is the big one.
The traveler comes across evidence that seems to suggest their sibling was in Natland.
Oh, wait up. I see Dainsleif. As we all know, that means things are about to get complicated.
Yup, very true.
Oh, I love Dainsleif. From this image, it looks like the sky has been slashed in two, and there's some kind of rift that connects to the abyss. And the traveler and their sibling are in different spaces, but they can still sense each other's presence.
Yes, I feel like the tension is palpable.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, there was definitely some tension when we saw our sibling during the bedtime story quest.
Oh, yeah.
Although we don't know what our sibling has been up to since then. Kari there did tell us that the Loom of Fate has been completed. Of course, we still don't know how powerful it is, or what's needed to activate it.
Well, call me crazy, but I feel like we're gonna find out soon.
Maybe.
It seems like all parties are converging in one place, Natland. So maybe that's where we can get some answers.
And I know one thing travelers will encounter in Natland: a young woman dressed in peculiar clothing, hiding out in a cave.
It's not just her clothing that's special, though. Look at her eyes.
Hanrian. She looks very different. Like her clothing design looks very different from all the other NPCs. But then again, like she looks like her eyes look like she's Conrian. So like I guess that's why she looks very different from all the other NPCs.
Wait, is she?
The plot, it thickens.
Yeah.
Well, if the Abyss Order is out in full force in Natland, it must mean there's been a new development in our siblings' grand plan.
Yup, and the Pyro Archon and our other friends from Natland are on high alert. But the people of Natland want a war.
I'm out of the loop. What Loom of Fate? What's the Loom of Fate? Someone explain in Razor language. Okay, in a sec, Shinrin. I feel like what Mr. J said is yeah. Last thing I have to share on this topic. I used to hang out with a tranny who wasn't passing at all, but still got plenty of guys. Sorry, what do you mean by wasn't passing? Like she wasn't letting people know? I see her at the club with a guy, and she'd get him all hot and bothered. When he's ready to take her home, she'd put on her biological voice and go, "Oh yeah." Oh, that is so annoying. Right, like you spent like your whole evening just talking to this girl, like thinking that you're like hitting it off and like thinking, man, I'm like taking her home, right? And then like at the end of the night when you're ready to leave, you suddenly hear like, "Oh yeah, baby, take me home." And then you're like, what the heck? RJ, do you got Twitch? I have a Twitch account, but I don't stream there. Looks like a playable NPC character, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Oh, Nod Cry NPC. Oh, okay, that is possible. That is possible. Maybe her eyes doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't match exactly what Who is that guy again? In the Carry Bear quest, like the guy who started the I can't remember the names anymore. The Abyss. What? I can't remember. So there's like two big organizations, right? There's like the Harbingers, right? There's like the Harbingers, the Harbingers, and like no Fatui. There you go, the Fatui, and then the Abyss guys. Like, what are they called? What's their organization called again? I don't remember. Whoever founded the Abyss organization, Clotar. Yeah, Clotar. There you go. It doesn't, like, her eyes don't match exactly Clotar's eyes and Dainsleif's eyes. Very similar, but they don't match exactly. So maybe she's a Nod Cry NPC? We got a Freaky RJ before GTA 6. What? We got a Freaky before GTA 6? Before her bottom surgery. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. That is... They do more... That is traumatizing. That is absolutely traumatizing. You know what? Hey, speaking of which, this is one of the many reasons, right? Well, actually, you know what? I don't have that many reasons, but occasionally, like when me and my wife are just chatting, right? Like she'll like eventually, occasionally we'll bring up the topic of like when one passes before the other, right? Or like when one of us passes like in the next 5 years, right? When we're still like young and available for, right? Like when, and like she'll ask me, no, she won't ask me, but like she'll be like, I wonder if you'll like get remarried, like if I pass much earlier, if I pass on much earlier than you. And I'm like, too much trouble. Right? So that's one of the reasons that I just don't want to, because like I'm gonna have like, not only am I gonna have to actually like put myself out there all over again, I'm gonna have to get used to like their traits, their personality all over again, right? I'm like, dude, I already had so much trouble doing that the first time. No way I'm doing that another. No way I'm doing that a second time. Number two, I don't want to get any STDs. I really don't. And like, obviously, when you're dating someone, ideally, you don't want to have to ask them, "Hey, do you have an STD?" I don't want to get one, right? Like, that is so embarrassing. Ideally, you never want to have that conversation with someone that you know, like you've just started dating. And number two, and nowadays it is becoming more and more of a like more and more of an actual reason, is, yeah, you never know who's an actual gal or not. Or a halfling, boo, mudblood. See it in the new update. A blue thing. Dress is from Frost Moon NPC and Outcry. Oh, okay. So apparently she is an Outcry NPC then. How is it to feel? How does it feel to be married? It's okay. It's just like you. I am just like it feels like when you're young, it feels like you are like, imagine driving a car, right? Like, I'm trying to visualize life as like driving a car. When you're young, when you're really young, when you're a kid, when you're a teenager, it feels like you just want to go as fast as you can, right? You can't though, because you're still living with your parents, right? So like your parents are like, slow down, stop, go, okay, slow down again, you're going too fast, right? Like you're living with your parents, so you can't go as fast as you want, but you're right, like, but you're definitely all the time always trying to go as fast as you can. When you get to your 20s, right, like when you finally finish school, you get your own job, you live on your own, right? Like you're not living with your parents anymore. It feels like now you can go as fast as you want, but all of a sudden you have new parents. All of a sudden now you have new parents. Your boss is telling you, stop, slow down, come back. Okay, you can drive again, right? But of course that depends. That depends on a lot of things. Depends on a lot of things. Depends on what kind of job you have, like what line of work you're in, right? It really depends. If you are a doctor, then you will very probably be your own parent. You are constantly stopping yourself from going as fast as you want because you have to study for finals. You have to sleep because you barely got any sleep because you just finished an 18-hour shift. Right? So, you are constantly going to be stopped by either your boss or yourself because you actually have to sleep. Or you just wasted all your money on something, so you can't actually live life. If you weren't too irresponsible with your money in your early 20s and mid 20s, by the time you're in your late 20s and early 30s, you'll probably have a bit of savings already. And if you were really responsible with your money, you might even have your own house and car and like life and stuff, right? And even like some savings. And by then, you actually won't want to go as fast as you want anymore. You'll actually just want to cruise. Right, I don't know what cruising speed is in like different countries because different countries have different road infrastructures. But like here in the part of the Philippines that I live in, cruising speed is somewhere around 60 or 80 kilometers an hour. Any higher than that's like I'm in a hurry. Right? Or this is an emergency. Right? Like 60 to 80 kilometers an hour. Of course, it depends on what kind of car you have. If I'm driving like an SUV or like a really nice car, right? Like an SUV, a pickup truck, I'd be cruising at like 70, 80 kilometers an hour. If I'm on the highway, of course. But if I'm like in a smaller car, like a sedan or something, or like some kind of utility vehicle, like small utility vehicle, like small Japanese utility vehicle, then I'd be cruising at like 60. But yeah, like when you get married, right? It's not even the matter of an age. Like when you get married, you just feel like you're 30. Especially when you have a kid. You just feel like you're 30 instantly, and you just don't want to go as fast as you want anymore. You just want to be at cruising speed. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. RJ, I used to be a teacher. Technically, I am, but not really. I'm a tutor. That's my job. That's literally what I do for a living. I'm a tutor. I do not refer to myself as a teacher. I am not like a licensed teacher. I did not go to college. I did not take up education in college. Therefore, I have no way of becoming a teacher unless if I go back to college, which I do not have the time nor the money for now anymore. Yeah, and I probably don't even have the brain power. I might have like when I was younger, but like now I don't know. Do any of your students play Genshin? No, very surprisingly, a lot of them are from China, but none of them play Genshin. Now, okay, the thing is though, like China has this. I believe they introduced this in 2022, or was it 2023? Uh, China introduced this like it's sort of like a limit. It's sort of like a gaming time limit on anyone under 18 years old. Anyone under 18 years old is only allowed to game for I'm not quite sure exactly the numbers, but it sounds like 3 hours a week. That's what it sounds like. Because it sounds like they are allowed an hour on Friday evening, an hour on Saturday evening, and an hour on Sunday evening. And that's it. You got talent. You're better than my school teacher. Better than them at what? Bro, that's child abuse. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I haven't talked to anyone about it recently, but when I heard about it on the news, I kept asking a bunch of like not every student, but like some of my older students who I could actually ask about this, who actually understood this. I asked like some of my like 14, 15-year-old students who were like about like what the thing was, like what the actual rules were, and some of them seemed to tell me different things, but I think it was probably a case of just mistranslation or whatever. But yeah, that is what it sounds like to me. 3 hours a week, an hour on Friday, an hour on Saturday, an hour on Sunday. Unless if your parents let you use their account, then obviously it's unlimited at that point. My place, a game for 14 hours at the age of 15. 14 hours, jeez. I think, I don't know if did I do 14 hours? Hang on. So when I was in high school, no. When I got my first computer when I was in 4th grade, and not immediately from then on, but about like it was gradual, and then like starting from like a year after I got my first computer, then I was like during summers I was like my computer would be on from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed at night. Now obviously I'm not gaming the whole time, but I am on the computer the whole time, because like I wasn't gaming as much as I was just spending time on the internet. Like I wasn't on forums or anything. I wasn't on forums. I was just mostly like, so obviously I was gaming mostly, but then other than that I was also just on YouTube. I was like downloading music. Yeah, because like that was a thing. In the 2000s, that was the thing. Like you just had to download music. You couldn't just stream music all the time. Internet speeds just weren't good enough for you to be able to stream music and play an online game without suffering lag. Okay, I'm gonna theoretically at 197 resin right now. Oh geez. Well, all right then. Enjoy yourself, Ali. Take care, man. I once spent 14 hours reading novels. Jeez. That Ali, that sounds like it's terrible for your eyes. It sounds like that is terrible for your eyes. Now, granted, like maybe you were reading it on a computer screen, right, and not on a phone or a tablet, right? And like, yeah, like I guess that's not so bad. But if you were reading it on a phone, or if you're reading like a physical book, that sounds like it is terrible for your eyes. Don't have a computer, but I'm a mobile. How do you, dude? That your poor phone, man. 6 hours of Genshin on mobile, like your poor phone. Jeez. 14 hours of screen time is bad in general. I mean, like yes, right, but it's not like okay, it's bad, but 14 hours staring at a book, and obviously it's a book, right? So obviously it's like the text isn't going to be huge, and the fact that you can't zoom in, you zoom in by putting it up to your eyes, right? That's how you zoom in with a real book, and means that your focal distance is so near, like for all those hours, right? Compared to a computer screen, which if it's a big enough screen, you can actually put it quite a fair bit of distance from your eyes. So it's not so bad. It's not great. Ever heard of a magnifying glass? Yeah, but it's not about. It's still not about that, because like you can't be reading a book that is like at arm's length away from you, even with a magnifying glass. I guess you could, but you don't want to like be your arm extended out, an arm like full length, fully extended out, holding your book, and like your other arm, your other hand holding a magnifying glass up to your face. I don't think you'd want to be reading that way. So ideally, you'd just be holding the book and having not a magnifying glass. Have you ever held a book? No, I'm talking about focal distance, dude. Talking about focal distance. If you hold a book, like, if you hold a book normally, then you hold it to about, like, what, a foot away from your eyes, ideally, right? You don't want it any closer, and ideally, you don't want it to be, like, too far, like 2 feet away from your face, right? Because that's, like, your arm would get really tired after a while, right? So ideally, you just want your arm sort of like a little bit extended, but you also want it to be, like, not too close to your face, and you don't want it to be too far from your face. You're missing my point, Mr. J. You're missing my point. Reading a book because you have to hold it closer to your face compared to reading at all or doing anything on a computer screen that you can, if you, again, provided it's a big enough screen, you can actually put it quite a fair bit of distance from your face, right? Like, I have a 24-inch monitor. It's not even like, it's not, right? Like, 24-inch monitor might not be, like, standard for the big majority of people nowadays, but a lot of people have a 24-inch monitor nowadays, right? I believe, like, most people, like, most average people who, like, probably have somewhere around a 21-inch or smaller. And like some people actually own bigger screens, like 27 inches, 34-inch TV screens or monitors, right? But I have a 24-inch monitor, and I can very comfortably like put it way like further out than, like, I can't, like, if I don't sit up, I can't touch my screen. I can't touch my monitor. It is actually further than like arm's length from my face. So it's not terrible for my what's the word I'm looking for? It's not gonna make me nearsighted in a year. Sorry, Ellie. Just it's funny. But I go out with friends to play, so I balance it. Hey, you know what? That's actually pretty cool that you actually go out with your friends. Like, despite the fact that you're still playing video games, but at least you have like actual contact, like with your friends, right? And you're not just like gaming from home and online and stuff. And like, even if you are, right, the fact that you're actually like still mingling with your friends, that is such a big deal. Nowadays, like, everyone is just cooked up at home, cooped up at home and like not even talking to anyone just because they don't want to anymore, like me.
Plan.
Yup, and the Pyro Archon and our other friends from Natlan are on high alert. But the people of Natlan want a war against the Abyss itself. There's no universe where the Abyss Order gets to run wild in Natlan unchecked.
Well, if an alter
Okay, this is lore stuff.
in a manner we've never seen before. So venture deep into Abyss Order territory, we'll get to see his special abilities firsthand.
I guess we're going back to Ochka Natlan.
Before we can set the other true goals. Wizards.
Finding them anymore.
Well.
Builder and Dainsleif venture deep into Abyss Order territory.
Yeah, okay. I think I remember where this is. This is Ochka Natlan.
Can you stop?
Find our city more. Our first break. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I haven't mentioned this at all the whole stream, but Primogem codes for the 5.7 special program are in the pinned message in YouTube chat and in the description of this stream. They expire, well, as it says right here, yeah. Nice. They expire on 6/9, 2025. Nice.
Alright, welcome back, travelers. Now that I've introduced the new characters and quests, it's time to jump into the version 5.7 events. Let's go! First
Oh,
up,
cool.
is an event that takes us
Okay, I'm gonna take a wild guess. This is the main event. You get a free Sethos. I guess he's cool. You know what? Honestly, I think Sethos is actually a pretty cool character. His kit is pretty cool. Like, if only Sethos was a 5-star, I think Sethos, like, if Sethos was actually a 5-star and he was given like decent multipliers, I think Sethos would actually be a pretty popular character. He has 2 playstyles. He's an on-field DPS, but he has 2 playstyles that are both viable. That's pretty cool. Albeit it is he's not the easiest character to play. Right? His kit is pretty complicated, but for those who are, well, combat enthusiasts, like Genshin combat enthusiasts, then like he's actually pretty fun. I think his kit is pretty cool. Hey, what's up? Sorry. Small gay girl. Nice name, man. Thank you for the codes. Hey, sure. Cheers, mate. Make sure to redeem them within the next 2 days, though. Something about cheese. These characters or something. I don't know the details.
back to Sumeru, where the academia has developed a simulated adventure game. Travelers they face
Okay,
Has its own
event.
story and level of difficulty, and a certain level of strange event route. Each path has its own story and level of difficulty. Fourth,
Oh my God.
and it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. You can go the rainforest route or the desert route. Each path has its own story and level of difficulty.
Sounds like a lot of dialogue. Sounds like a lot of dialogue. Yep. Well, it is a main quest after all, so I'm not surprised. That's typically a thing with main quests.
And at the end of each adventure, travelers will face formidable opponents that require a certain level of strength to defeat.
Oh, so how do we make sure we're ready?
Well, travelers can enhance.
What the heck? Oh my God. I can't even name an example of a game like this because there's so many games that are like this.
Sure we're ready.
Well, travelers can enhance the strength of their pieces in several ways. Besides enhancing the pieces themselves, travelers might notice that the pieces are divided into species. Go to battle with a lot of pieces of the same species, and you can trigger unique species features. The higher the feature level, the stronger your pieces become.
Yeah, I'm thinking an all-Saurian team could be cool.
Story quest feels like a world quest nowadays. Yeah, it does, right? They're so long.
Which travelers can resolve to earn helpful rewards, like extra adventure coins, which travelers can use in the shop to purchase pieces to improve their lineup. Travelers can also open chests to get all kinds of useful equipment. Plus, defeating formidable opponents along the route will allow you to...
Dude, this event, like I'm listening to them explain it, and it sounds like an entirely, like it sounds like a whole game. It sounds like they could, like, they like their team, they could just, no, Hoyo could just like create like a subsidiary company, right? That, yeah, as a subsidiary of Hoyoverse, and then like that would make actual like independent games out of these like Genshin mini games that they're making. Like this one specifically, it sounds like a whole entire game. Game inside, yeah, right? Hey, Happy, what's up, man? Good to see you again. How are you doing? RJ got mods now? No, dude. Like, Happy has been here for a really long time. He doesn't come very often anymore. Like, busy with life and stuff. But yeah. What's up, man? What's up? How you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
To unlock secret techniques that can help increase the strength of your entire team.
Ooh, of course, certain encounters can also derail your plans.
Oh yeah.
So there are also situations where it all comes down to luck.
Yeah, so I think travelers will have a lot of fun dealing with the unexpected in this event.
It's a real test of tactical thinking.
Mhm.
Plus, there's more to this event than just the battle stages.
Oh.
Travelers can also participate in research stages that
Oh
involve
my
guiding
God.
Paimon the hardest fruit. Complete these stages to increase your speculation level and unlock additional buffs for your team.
There's
So we
so
actually get
many
the Paimon to work.
things to
Finally,
do.
yup, and of course, completing this event will reward travelers with all sorts of goodies, including Primogems and the chance to invite Sethos to their parties.
Ooh.
Nice.
All right, in this next event.
Okay,
that monster
so
is more
another
formidable.
event.
Yeah, but don't worry.
Whoa.
What
This time,
the
travelers will
heck?
face more formidable enemies. An improved turret.
Let me guess, he needs us to clear out monsters in an abandoned ruin again?
Yeah, that's right. But this time, travelers will face more formidable enemies than just slimes.
Whoa, that Sonic can give shields to its allies.
Oh,
But don't worry, out our inspired. Our take
Okay.
down shields or target enemies hiding in the
oh, shield.
even in frenzy. Travelers will get to team up with other players.
Another
to tackle
event.
challenges made up of 3 stages, each with unique objectives.
Ooh, it'll be cool seeing what characters everyone
This
chooses.
is a combat event, right?
Well, there's
A reminiscent, like, regiment thing?
Skills are suited to the objective. But of course, every character that require teams to work
Oh,
together.
yeah,
with
yeah.
skills. Completing these submissions. can
Oh
be
yeah,
the
yeah,
entire
this
team.
thing. Okay, I remember this now.
Each challenge your team
Up and remember,
Kind of close to the finish.
could,
Okay.
in theory.
end of the day, it's a
Bit of motivation too.
because in this iteration of the event, dire difficulty is even more challenging.
Motivation is more important than.
Now I'm very excited to announce a new permanent event called Stygian.
Oh, there it is. There it is. RJ made me change my name from Sad Life. Hey, you know what? I don't think that's true. You're happy. Your name was already happy before we met, right? At some point, I imagine, I'm just guessing, like something happened and you changed your name to Sad Life and then like, hey, I'm glad that you're happy again. Candy crushing Genshin. What are your thoughts on it? I haven't, like, this is my first time watching the stream. I only opened the stream earlier to get the Primogem codes and to see who the 5 stars were gonna be. The feather looks interesting. What is that feather? What is that? Okay. I'm sorry. By the way, guys, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I'm playing it at X2 speed. Please let me know if you want me to change it back to X1 speed.
Onslaught. In this event, travelers will be
Wait, what is it
Stygian
called?
Onslaught.
Stygian Onslaught. Oh my god. Can they please just give us... Can they give us a name that's a little easier to say? Imaginarium Theater. Imaginarium Theater. That wasn't easy to say, but it's like doable. Stygian Onslaught. Stygian Onslaught. Spiral Abyss. Right? Spiral Abyss sort of feels like it just rolls off the tongue. Imaginarium Theater. Theater, sure. I guess I should stop calling it Imaginarium Theater. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna stop calling it a full name, right? Because like we don't call Spiral Abyss. We just say Abyss. Do Theater, do Abyss, do Onslaught. There you go. There's an idea. Didn't take a genius to call it IT. Yeah, but like, dude, I used to work in, well, not IT, but I used to work in tech support. Right? I used to work in a call center. Well, I used to work in a bunch of call centers, but so like every time I hear the letters IT, I cannot help but think the IT department. I can't help but think the IT department. And my cousin, like my cousin's major. My cousin took up IT in college, so yeah, I cannot get it out of my head. It's a Chinese game. What do you expect with names? It doesn't roll off the tongue. It spirals. Hey! Badum.
In this event, travelers will be able to farm artifacts more freely and efficiently, as well as obtain artifact customization items for free.
For free?
For free.
And you
Wait, what?
It's a new permanent event called Stygian Onslaught. In this event, travelers will be able to farm artifacts more freely and efficiently, as well as
Artifacts more freely and efficiently. Okay, I heard about this. Okay. Please explain.
Obtain artifact customization items for free.
For free?
Artifact customization items. What does that mean? Are they talking about elixirs?
For free.
A new permanent event. Okay, we need details now.
All right, each update will feature a challenge that is split into 3 phases, each featuring unique mechanics with 5 difficulty levels to choose from.
Ooh.
Choose from. So I don't... 5 difficulty levels to choose from. So I don't have to do all the difficulty levels. I could just go to the hardest level if I want to.
Now.
All right. Each update will feature a challenge that is split into 3 phases, each featuring unique mechanics with 5 difficulty levels to choose from.
Ooh.
Participation in the event will reward travelers with Primogems, artifacts, and valuable items for targeted artifact enhancement.
Okay, so Yusuf will
Facts and valuable items for targeted artifact enhancement.
Targeted artifact enhancement. Targeted artifact enhancement. What does this mean? What does this mean?
To choose from. Participation in the event will reward travelers with Primogems, artifacts, and valuable items for targeted artifact enhancement.
Okay, so Yusuf will be able to farm artifacts more freely? What does that mean exactly?
It means the artifact drops aren't set in stone, and you can switch where they come from. For the first 10 days after the event begins, the leyline disturbance will be in outbreak state. During this period, travelers who clear any stage at level 3 difficulty or higher can expend any kind of resin to obtain artifacts from the leyline blossom at the end of the stage.
So it's a more... You can... For the first 10 days, you can use it as a faster way to farm artifacts. No, not faster. More efficient. Like per resin. But obviously, you know, it's level 3 difficulty or higher. So I imagine that's not going to be easy mode. Given that this is an endgame game mode. So it's... Yeah, it's endgame. It feels like endgame. Yeah, it's endgame. It is for endgame players. And endgame players actually benefit from building stronger characters and teams. I'm off, RJ. Hey, okay. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Happy. Glad to see you again, man. Take care. Bye. Loadout. The loadout, I believe, is probably somewhere around here. They haven't mentioned it yet. This one though, they haven't talked about this yet. They're probably gonna talk about it just now. But I remember hearing about this before the special program. I remember hearing rumors about this, that apparently we're gonna be able to use resin. Oh no! It wasn't a leak actually. It was a shoot. This thing. The developer discussion. Yeah, this thing. So apparently in 5.7, we can use normal resin, right? Original resin. We can use condensed resin, and we can just instantly use transient resin, or, well, in this case, fragile resin. Just instantly. That's pretty cool. Not bad. And this one's pretty nice too, because it reminds you that you it's gonna remind you that you still have like a transient resin that you haven't used yet, that's probably about to expire because you completely forgot about it. I was wondering about how hard it will be. It'll probably be pretty hard for like early game to mid game players, right? Because like, remember, tranny resin, dude. Because remember, okay, you know what? Let's just let them continue to explain it, because from what I heard, you're gonna need 3 teams. And oh, you know what? That's probably because, okay, you can probably, there are 3 stages here. So what I'm guessing is that you can only use 1 team for each.
Unique for drops aren't set in any stage at level 3 will be an outbreak state. During this period, travelers who clear any stage at level 3 difficulty or higher can expend any kind of resin to obtain artifacts from the leyline blossom at the end of the stage. And before the stage begins, travelers will get to choose which domain of blessing they want the artifact drops to come from.
Right, so travelers can also tackle the stages in co-op, right? So you can still farm with friends.
Yes.
Travelers can also...
Oh, co-op, okay.
But tackle the stages in co-op, right? So you can still farm with friends.
Yes, and you'll be rewarded with additional artifacts every time you consume a certain amount of resin.
Certain amount of resin. Okay, so that's where the quote-unquote efficient artifact farming comes from. Okay. I'm gonna misclick using fragiles a lot. Me too, actually. Okay. Dookie, your name sounds familiar, so I feel like you've been here like maybe once or twice before. Maybe more than that. I'm just old and I can't remember anymore. And it's like, okay, you probably don't know this yet, but so these guys call me the treasure hoarder king, right? Or the lord of treasure hoarders, whatever, right? Like these guys have different names for me. So I hoard stuff, a lot of stuff, including fragile resins. I have 3 of my own accounts that I play 100% actively on, and I also take care of my friend's account. My friend's account, I don't bother with his resin. I don't bother with his resin. I just condense it, and then like he decides where to use it. My accounts, though, obviously they're my accounts. Each of my accounts, my 3 accounts, every one of them has 200 plus fragile resins. So I just refuse to use them. Even if there's a new 5-star and we weren't able to like pre-farm for them because their boss was released in the same patch as them, as they were, I would still refuse to use fragile resins. So same. Hey, cheers, mate. Cheers, man. Yeah, I'm probably, because of this whole new UI thing, I'm probably gonna misclick it so often. Maybe not very often, but every now and then I'm gonna misclick and I'm gonna accidentally use fragile resin. Especially if I'm doing like domain runs when I'm like half asleep. And I do that not very often, but that does happen to me every now and then. Like when you just have to like use up some resin because I'm about to cap on resin and like before I go to bed. My first main also have hundreds of Crimson Agate. Does this mean I'm the only one calling you Rice Muncher? Rice Muncher? Well, I do munch rice, so that's not wrong.
Okay, the amount of hours I'm about to pour into this thing. Lock me in and throw away the key, honestly.
Oh my god, you make it sound like you're in prison. Anyway, you also mentioned something about targeted artifact enhancement, Tatiana. What's that about?
Yeah.
So
what is this about?
5.7 is introducing a new artifact-related item, Dust of Enlightenment.
Ooh. What is it?
Well, we all know what it's like to raise an artifact that has potential, only for it to turn out kind of less than ideal.
Are they actually going to say what I think they're going to say? Are they actually going to say what I think they're going to say?
Yeah.
So this item is designed to help with that. So, Artifact 101, right? We all know every 4 levels, a random substat gets enhanced as you raise an artifact to level 20. But it doesn't always turn out the way you want. So this item allows you to re-roll the substat enhancements of a level 20 artifact.
Oh. Oh, man, that feels so good. That feels so good, man. They are... You know what? Hey. I called it. Like 3 years ago, I think? No, even more than that. Like 4 years ago or so. I talked about this kind of thing in like 2021. While I was streaming 2021, 2022. I don't know what year it was. It was like at least 3 years ago. I was like, there were like obviously like like Genshin. Like I like Genshin, right? Genshin is like it's not the perfect game. It's not an amazing game, but it just has so many things about it that fit my lifestyle right now. Right, the fact that it's not a very grindy game, the fact that it's not a very hard game, and the fact that it's not too easy that it's boring. Right, but there are things about it that I absolutely hate. Right, so the artifact RNG system, that's one of it. And 3 or 4 years ago, on stream, I talked about how they could add some kind of currency into the Spiral Abyss, because like 3 or 4 years ago there was no theater. It was just Abyss. Abyss was the only end game back then. Abyss reset twice a month, right? They like I talked about this where they could add some kind of currency and some kind of shop into the Spiral Abyss. It could be like an Abyss shop or whatever. And in this, like every time, like the more stars we got, the more of the currency that we got. And yeah, right. And then in this shop was some kind of item, that like let you pick artifact stats, like for all the end game players. Right, because like it'll be mostly the end game players that are able to actually get more stars in Spiral Abyss every time, right? So, and here we are, 2025. It's not the exact thing that I was asking for, but it's finally addressing artifact substats. It's finally addressing that. It's not fixing it. Fixing it would still be letting us pick substats, right, every time it rolls, right, and completely removing low rolls, completely removing that. Now that's what I would consider to be fixing the artifact RNG system. That's what I would consider to be fixing it. But hey, at the very least, this feather thing addresses that. And I called it. I was talking about this like, and it was an endgame thing. It should have been a reward for endgame players. They finally did something about it. How often does what is this game mode called again? I don't remember. Obsolation. I don't know. How often does this reset though? And is it gonna take away more Primogems from Theater and Abyss? Because like when they released Theater, they took away Primos from Abyss. In regards that like Abyss now only resets once a month. Right? So they sort of like split the Primos that we used to get from Abyss between Theater and Abyss. So like when this comes out, are they gonna reduce the amount of Primos that we get from Abyss and Theater, or is this gonna be on top of like what we already get? 3 feathers every patch. Okay, that's not bad. That's a pretty good start. Oil studies their raw data to keep addiction at highest level. I mean, like, it's a theory, right? But I also don't think it's too far off, man. And like, dude, every game company, every company does that. Every company who is looking to make more money. Like, okay, even if I opened up like a local cafe, right? Like a coffee shop. Like I would be constantly like paying attention to what my customers are buying. And I would be trying out like different strategies to sell the different products, and I would be constantly paying attention to which of these strategies are working or not, and how well they're working, and why I think they're working, right? And like when I can see that this is working, right? Like for example, if I open up a coffee shop, for example, and then like I have like 5 different options of like milk tea or something. 2 of them are my best sellers, and then the 3 like hardly anyone wants them. But if I suddenly like if I suddenly like put them together in a shoot, what's it called, like in a bundle, right, where if they buy a burger they get this at half price or something like that, right? Or like if they invite, like, some kind of strategy, right? Some kind of business strategy where like if they invite a friend over, then their friend gets 50% off, gets 30% off their first purchase or something like that, right? Something like that. And right, and of course, like as I'm trying out these different business strategies, of course I'm going to be paying attention to how well they work, whether they work or not, how well they work, and how often they work, and like how often I have to like go through these different strategies. So like you bet a company at the scale of Hoyo is doing exactly what that is, to keep it as addictive as possible. Yeah. It's like nobody's gonna say like, hey, yeah, we actually do that. Nobody's gonna 100% confirm that, but yeah, you bet all of them are doing it. I expected it. Nothing is free. Yep. I think Genshin will see a faster rate of quality of life buffs once a ton of gacha games drop. Yeah, and like, dude, like, there's like, I guess the biggest form of competition they have right now is Wuthering Waves, and just Wuthering Waves alone has been enough to get Hoyo to finally get off their butts and actually start doing stuff. Thank you, Wuthering Waves. Yes, thank you, Wuthering Waves. One thing I want them to address is removing the time gate for farming talents materials. That would be a huge win. Yeah, a bunch of people were talking about that, and I do agree. Like the whole like talent book, weapon ascension material like day limit, right? Like the day restriction. If they could just make every day like a Sunday, that would be great. That would be another huge win for Genshin players. Wu was good though. It's good, yeah. But if you're not good enough at video games, then it's. I'm sorry, but I can relate to this. I'm just not good enough at video games to actually enjoy Wuwa. But Genshin is very privileged by being the first big gacha game. That is true. I agree with that. They are very privileged, and that's why it took them this long. That's why it took them this long to finally start doing stuff. And it's going to be an uphill battle for any gacha game that wants to enter into a very similar space as Genshin and Wuwa. It's going to be an uphill battle. Because even before Kuro Games, right? The developer? Yeah, like I think it's Kuro Games. Even before Kuro Games, I don't know how old Kuro Games is and how old their like older games are, but like Hoyo, Genshin is not Hoyo's first, I guess, foray into this space, right? Like they have Honkai Impact 3rd, and they've had that game running since like forever. And so by the time that they got Genshin going, they've already had so much experience running a gacha game and somehow like making it work long term. And so they've already got the formula down. And this formula that I'm talking about is like, okay, so obviously it's a gacha game, right? So your selling points are going to be character design, characterization, and like how they fit into the story, and like somehow make it into something that feels like an anime. Isn't Kuro's first game either. Yeah, I know. They have like PGR, I think. I don't know if they have anything other than PGR, but like, and I also don't know like how. I understand like PGR was pretty popular. It's a very niche game though. Like it was pretty popular for its for like the players, the gamers who enjoy that specific kind of like combat type. But I'm talking about like large scale wise, like I'm talking about like highly profitable wise. And Hoyo's got the formula down to that even before they released Genshin. Was it at the scale of what Genshin is? No, definitely not. Right, but at least like they had the experience of like what they knew already, which how to press this demographic of people's buttons. Right, so anime characters, anime girls, anime dudes, anime like story. Right, make it interactable, so in a 3D world. And I have to say, Genshin's so not just Genshin's, right? Like Genshin, ZZZ, Star Rail, and even Honkai Impact Third. I did play Honkai Impact Third for like an hour. This was like in 2016, I believe. Like I downloaded it on my phone, and then I was like, oh, this is actually like it was like it was my very first time playing that kind of game, and I thought like, wow, this is actually pretty cool. And then at some point, I realized this seems to be the kind of game where I'm gonna have to spend hours and hours gaming. And at the time, there didn't seem to be a PC version of it. Obviously, I could just use BlueStacks or something. But I didn't want to do that. I don't know. Like, well, especially I don't know how BlueStacks is nowadays anymore. But mobile phones have just gotten so good nowadays that good phones have gotten cheap, and cheap phones have gotten good. This is something that Marquez Brownlee from like MKBHD like coined. It's a phrase that he coined, and I agree with it. Cheap phones have gotten good, and good phones have gotten cheap. Also, some good phones have gotten stupidly expensive, but but hey, at least like the first two things that he said were correct, right? And so not many people just sort of need to consider using BlueStacks anymore. I'm sure there are a lot of people that still use it, but it's not as commonly talked about anymore nowadays as it used to be, right? And I just didn't want to have to play video games on my phone for hours and hours at a time. So that's why, like, after about an hour, like, trying it out, I just uninstalled it. And I have to say, Hoyo has gotten character animations down, even from way back then, 2016. Like, character design. And I'm not talking about like how to the concept art, the concept design, right? Like what kind of dress I should put on this character, how I should reveal just enough skin so that I don't get into trouble, and I can attract as many players as I can, and I don't get into trouble. I don't have to like rate my game PG-18 or something, right? Like yeah, right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like getting like proportions right, getting the curves right, and even like the little tiny subtle animations, like idle animations, like little movements and stuff, like getting all of that down. They already had that in the bag even from 2016, and from 2016 to when Genshin was released, like 2020, right? You bet they've gotten much better at it. And while I don't agree with all of Hoyo's like decisions on how they decided to make certain characters like animations and stuff, right? Like for example, as I was talking about earlier in the special program, I don't like Skirk's combat animations. She looks like a Komi. She looks like a fish that's like swimming around and whatever. And I don't like her burst animation. Right, but that's not because it's a lack of skill and experience in in creating animations. That seems to be that it is just like a decision thing, right? They just decided that, okay, well, we're gonna decide to make her like this, like that, right? So like it's like they have it all polished, like skill and experience. They have it all down. Nowadays, there is an abundance of skilled animators, skilled character designers, 3D character designers, sculptors, and texture artists and concept artists, right? There is a significant abundance of that. So like any game dev startup that has enough funds to offer a decent salary to these talented people nowadays can easily get top tier character design, character animation. So it's not that big of a deal nowadays. But because of like how long they've had it, like people just like when they think of a Hoyo game, they just expect like this quality of like character design, animation, whatever. RJ, can you pray for me? Going to pull Raiden now. Hey, best of luck to you, Batman. 300 primos. That's hardly. That's hardly a pulling streak, man. That's like literally one pull. Anyway, yeah, still, good luck though. People say Honkai 3 has the best story. I hear a few people say that as well. I mean, like, it is their oldest game, and they somehow have found a way to keep it going until now. So, there has to be some kind of truth to that, right? There has to be some kind of truth to it, because, like, dude, it's a gacha game, and, like, gacha games have never really been known to last very long. And if Hoyo somehow made it last this long, so yeah, there's got to be some truth to it. Like that Honkai probably has a really solid story or whatever. Dawei is probably listening to me to this stream right now is like, and is probably just thinking, "Oh yeah, come on, say, like, tell me more, baby." I'm stroking Hoyo's ego so hard right now. But it's not because like I just think so, and it's not that they're not a perfect company, right? Like there's a bunch of stuff that they do that ideally I don't want, right? I think honestly I think they priced Hoyo a little bit. Sorry, not Hoyo, Genshin a little bit too high, right? Like they're the price to how much in-game currency that you get, I feel like is too high, but I also understand it's a AAA game, right? Like it's a AAA game. It's AAA quality. Like everything is AAA. Well, except for, especially in the early days, like cutscene. No, not cutscene. Like dialogue animation is like very like even like I would even dare say. Amateur animator levels, right? Like obviously like professional, like that it's their job to do that, but like not experienced at all kind of animators. Like they're I don't know if they were even doing storyboarding back in the early days. If they were, then like wow, yikes. But nowadays it's gotten a lot better. It's still not as good a quality as the rest of the game though. Still not as good a quality as like their character designs, their pre-rendered cutscene animations, music, dude. I imagine they spend so much money on music, marketing. They are, yeah, they got marketing down. They got marketing down. They are a modern tech company with how much they are doing marketing stuff. When a developer is making the best decisions, when the player base is very frustrated, yet they keep playing. Yeah, exactly, right? That's how you balance improving your game and maximizing profitability. Yep, exactly, right? When you have the angriest players, right? Like they have the angriest players, the most toxic players because they hate stuff about your game so much, yet they still keep playing. Right? There's things about Genshin that are the things that I hate the most. Things that I hate the most of any game ever. And yet I'm still playing. You know that they've been making the right decisions. Genshin is AAA? Technically, yes, Genshin is AAA. Yeah, I mean, like, its initial budget, like, from what I understand, the definition of quote-unquote a AAA game is mostly has to do with how much money was spent in to develop it. And from what I remember, this was like super early on. I looked up how much Hoyo's initial budget was for Genshin's initial development, like just to get the game released. It was somewhere around, the neighborhood of like $110 million, right? Like think about that, $110 million for a gotcha game, like a freaking gotcha game, dude. Like before Genshin, like whenever you mentioned gotcha game to like gotcha game players, the thing like the first and only thing that probably comes to their minds is these like gotcha games, these browser based gotcha games that you start playing today. In a week or so you start spending like $5 here, $1 there, $10 next month on it, and then like a year from now the game is just gone, right? That is like what like every gotcha gamer before Genshin like would only have in their minds when you mentioned it's a gotcha game, right? And then like suddenly you hear this game company make a AAA gotcha game with $110 million. Was their profit like 1 billion in the first year? From what I remember, it was 1 billion on iOS alone. It was iOS alone, not including PC or PlayStation. That's what I remember hearing about. Hey, oh, Clay. What's up, man? Super hard to catch one of your streams recently, but I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you again, Clay. Yeah, that is true. My stream schedule. Well, I don't know. I guess haven't really had a schedule, but yeah, my streaming times have been very different lately. Yeah. But hey, I'm glad to see you again. How have you been, Clay? How have you been? This game just made 2 billion. Probably. Yeah, probably. I imagine I'm willing to bet that iOS is one of Genshin's bigger markets, like compared to PC and Android and PlayStation. Yeah. Right, compared to PC. So I imagine a lot of F2Ps, a lot of Genshin's F2Ps are probably on PC and on Android. No hate for Android, by the way. No hate for Android users. I'm an Android user myself. In fact, dude, I'm still using literally a $100 Android phone from 2019. I refuse to buy a new one because it still works. I love it. Mostly because, so number one, the fact that you have an iPhone means you can afford an iPhone. Means you got at least a certain amount of income, right? If not you, then at least your parents. So, right, you are more likely to have the disposable income to spend money on something like a video game, right? PlayStation as well, I imagine, because like I cannot imagine someone who is just barely able to afford a smart. No. Let me put this another way. Someone who isn't rich, but isn't like somewhere between not rich and not dirt poor, right? I can't imagine somebody like that being able to buy a $500-ish device strictly for games, right? You can't use it for work. You can't use it for anything else except for playing games. In fact, dude, are there even free games on PlayStation? I would imagine no. I'm just going to take a wild guess here that there are absolutely no free games on a platform like PlayStation or Xbox or the Switch. There probably are, but I mean, because like the fact that you put a game on a platform like that means that you had to spend at least a certain amount of money to get your game on their platform, right? Like, because these platforms, like, they have their own stores that are like exclusive stores. So I would imagine that whoever is spending time making a video game is not gonna spend their time making a video game and spend their money getting that said video game up on a platform and not make any money off of it at all. So I reckon that 99.9% of games that are on the PlayStation platform, Xbox, and even Switch are not free. So yeah, right. Like, so I reckon whoever owns a PlayStation is well off enough to be able to afford spending money on video games, because obviously, like, they can't play video games on their PlayStation if they're like, without spending money on buying video games. Right, so I reckon the PlayStation and iOS players are where a lot of Genshin's spenders are from. Android possibly, and PC as well, but Android and PC are probably where majority of their F2Ps are at. Because Genshin is actually fairly well optimized. That Genshin actually runs. Genshin is well optimized, optimized well enough that it actually runs on lower spec PCs. So a lot of just because you're on Android, just because you're on like a $200-$300 Android smartphone, right, doesn't mean that you can't run Genshin. Like, no, you totally can. Genshin is just optimized well enough for it, which means and on PC as well, because I did not start playing Genshin on my current setup right now. I started playing Genshin on my thin and light laptop, right? That just so happened to have a graphics card in it as well. I started playing Genshin on my I kid you not, Acer Swift 3. It was a variation of it that had a MX 250 on it. I do not know what an equivalent graphics card to that would be on desktop, but it just barely ran Genshin, especially in the earlier days, because in Genshin now they have the I don't remember the name of the setting, the internal resolution thing. Render resolution, I don't remember what it's called. Render resolution, it's the internal resolution thing, not your screen resolution, but the actual game resolution. They have the option now to go down to 0.6x, right? Back then there did not used to be a point, the lowest setting they had was 1x, and then there was a 1.2 1.1x, and then a 1.6x or something, don't remember. And there did not used to be as many graphic settings to let you use Genshin, to let you open Genshin on lower end devices. And I somehow was despite not having those options back then, I was still somehow able to play Genshin, just barely, on my laptop. And then at some point they released a bunch more settings to be able to run Genshin on even lower end devices. And then I actually was able to play Genshin fairly decently on my laptop. In fact, that's where I started streaming. If you'll go back, if you go on my channel, go into my the lives tab or whatever it's called on YouTube, and then sort it to oldest, you'll actually see some of my earliest streams there, which were literally streamed on my Acer Swift 3. Right, so anyway, I'm the point is, the fact that you can play Genshin on a fairly budget desktop means that PC is likely to have a lot of Genshin's F2Ps, and same thing for Android, because, well, there just are a lot of cheap options for Android phones, right? You could buy a $300 Android phone, and because again, going back to what Marcus Brownlee said from MKBHD, cheap phones are getting good and good phones are getting cheap. Yeah, so right, you can actually own a fairly capable cheap Android phone, but there are absolutely no $300 iPhones. on lower end PC, can it run high graphics? Guy Eduardo, I don't know how familiar you are with PC specs and tech stuff, but I'm just gonna mention my PC specs. My specs are not very high. My PC specs are not very high. I am on a Ryzen 3500 with 16 gigs of RAM, and my graphics card is a GTX 1650 Super. That is that I would not consider that to be a high-end PC. I wouldn't consider it to be a super low-end like budget PC, but it's far from high-end. Right? Like the equivalent of a 1650 Super is a GTX 1060. That's the equivalent of a 1650 Super. The only difference is the 1650 Super does not have a higher VRAM option, and because it's a newer card, it's not new, but it's newer than the 1060, so it has much newer drivers than the 1060 does. So that's the only thing that's the only difference between the 1650 and I guess like a few other technical specs as well, but like right. Recently maxed out most of Natlan and most of Kinich, so I ended up dropping like $60 a few more days with grinding. Dropping $60 a few more days with grinding. He came home. Kinich, hey, congrats, Klee. This is why Genshin was not released on the Switch. Well, these what do I call them? These premium? No, not premium. Yeah, I guess we could call them premium. Like these like premium quote unquote marketplaces. Like these premium like platforms for games. They take I would reckon that like right like the fact that okay, like for example, so Android, or sorry, not Android, iOS has their own app store, right? And like obviously like there's a slight difference in like like some probably have like special deals with Apple or something, right? But like overall, Apple takes 30% of any money that you make from your app if it's on the iOS, if it's on the App Store, right? If it's through the App Store. They take 30% off of any money that you make from any app, any game, whatever you have on the App Store. And yeah, like judging from that, it's fairly obvious to see that PlayStation does the same thing, and so does Nintendo on their Switch. Right? So yeah, they probably couldn't well, another thing too is like the Switch is so it's a handheld. It's a handheld device. And the Switch, especially the Switch 1, when the Switch 1 came out, it wasn't like its specs weren't even like the highest end available for a device like that when it came out. It actually had fairly modest specs, right? And like having to optimize Genshin for an entirely new device, especially one that's not very high, especially one that's not very highly spec'd, is so much more trouble. You're gonna need another whole entire team and that's their only job, is to get everything they have about Genshin and somehow make it work on Switch. Yeah, it's like I imagine that's a nightmare, and that on top of having to give Nintendo a share of your income. Right, like having to give Nintendo a share of your income, and like ideally, like when you're a big enough player, right? Ideally, when you're a big enough player, you can make deals with these platforms, right? Like you can make a deal with these large platforms. Like you can be like, hey, can I get like a special discount? Hey, Apple, I make X amount of money on my app, on my game every year. So can we at least like, right, like, and like your normal 30% cut makes this amount of money. Can we get a special deal from you since we make so much money for you anyway? Right? Like typically like if you're a big enough player in this industry, you can make special deals, and I reckon Hoyo probably has that with PlayStation. But from what I understand, Nintendo is not the easiest player to play with when it comes to this stuff. So I reckon they probably couldn't get a good enough deal with Nintendo for it. It probably wasn't worth the amount of work and trouble and like amount of money that they'd have to spend running a dedicated team to just be able to translate everything over to Switch every single time, right? Like remember, every time they update Genshin. Gotta go bye, RJ. Good night. Hey, all right, take care, man. Take care. Thanks for hanging out with us. Recently maxed out of what's that one? Oh yeah. Tried it with my 1060 laptop with max settings. Got a lot of stutters and very low FPS, and sounded very loud. Well, you know, like a 1060 laptop is not. It's not the same as a 1060 desktop graphics card. So if the laptop itself is not, if it's not being bottlenecked by the CPU, right? Like for example, something like CS2 or CS:GO or whatever it's called now, is a very CPU. It's a very CPU dependent kind of game, right? If it's like a mostly a GPU dependent kind of game, and if granted the laptop itself has good enough cooling, no, more than good enough cooling. Typically, the laptop variant of a desktop graphics card only performs about 85 or 90% of its desktop variant. But of course, that also depends on like who is tuning it. If it's like an Asus or an MSI or whoever laptop it is, because it is their, I guess like version of that laptop, they get to tune it. They get to tune like how quickly does it what's the word I'm looking for? How many watts it takes, how many watts it can take, how many watts, how quickly does it take that many watts? It's clock speed, like how quickly does it ramp up its clock speed, how long does it maintain that clock speed, and when does it start to throttle, when do the fans ramp up, in case like what temperature the graphics card and everything in the laptop have to be before the fans have to ramp up, right? Like it's a lot. There's a lot of variations to it, but there's somewhere like laptop variations of desktop graphics cards are typically somewhere around like 80, 85 to 90% of the performance of their desktop version. And max settings, even on a desktop graphics card, I don't know if you can. No, I guess you can. I think you can max out Genshin with a 1060 desktop card. Mainly because of cooling. Yeah, I think it's mainly because of cooling. But if you, let's say you open up your laptop, like you open up the bottom panel, and you just blow an electric fan right on top of it, I think you might be able to run Genshin. Yeah, I think you might be able to run Genshin at max settings. But like the fact that you said that it was stuttering a lot and it was really loud, right? It was really loud because it was like really like pushing performance, pushing for more to get more performance out of the 1060 that you had in there. And it was like very loud because again, it was since it was pushing performance, temperatures were getting high, and the sound like the temperatures were getting high, so the fans had to ramp up as much as they could. And you said it was very stuttery. You were getting a lot of stutters and very low FPS. The fact that it was stuttering and it wasn't just playing at low FPS means that it was thermal throttling. It was thermal throttling. That's sort of like how thermal throttling works is in such a way like it doesn't just throttle the whole time. It'll just be like if it's like if you're driving a car like, and you're like holding your foot is on the gas pedal, and you know, like imagine if you the driver can feel how hot the car is. Thermal throttling is a lot like I'm stepping on the gas so that my car keeps moving forward, but like, oh no, I'm too hot. Okay, so you let go of the gas a little bit for like a few seconds, and like, okay, well, I need to try to maintain my current speed, so I'm gonna step on the gas again, and then like, oh no, I'm too hot, so I'm gonna let go of the gas again, right? So every time you let go of the gas, this is when the stuttering happens. Because it's the graphics card or the CPU, whatever it is that's overheating on your laptop, is reducing its clock speed, like its clock speed and how many watts it's using up for to compute. It's reducing it to a low enough amount that it can try to maintain its maintain like a safe temperature for itself. Got the laptop like a year before Genshin was released. It'll probably explode if I touch Natlan. I think your laptop, honestly, okay, question. What kind of laptop is it? Because like because it has a 1060. And you said a year before Genshin was released. So 2019. So okay. So in those years, most laptops that had a 1060 were mostly thick boys. They were mostly thick boys. They were not there. I think there were already a few thinner, not thin, thinner gaming laptops in 2019, but most of them were still thick boys. Like the Lenovo Legion. Okay, Y520. All right. Hang on. Let's see. Is that a thick boy? I'm gonna take a guess, and that's probably a thick boy, isn't it? Oh, yep. She's a thick boy. Yeah. Okay, so it's not as thick as like the Acer Predator or like the Acer Nitro, or like the MSI. Shoot, I can't remember the lineup, but like there were a bunch of like MSI laptops in like 2016, 2017 that were like, dude, you could kill someone with it. They were thick, they were huge, but they were really powerful. They were also very hot. Okay, so yeah, she is a thick boy. She's not the thickest boy out there, but like she's a thick boy. I was planning to get those, but they're probably very heavy, and I travel a lot at that time. Yeah, okay. I think this was a good choice for you at the time. Yeah. So the 520. Oh, this is actually. Hang on. I'm starting to see like better pictures of it. Yeah. Okay. I remember this specific laptop, the Y520 from 2019. This was one of the earlier, not so thick boy gaming laptops. Yeah. This was one of the earlier, not so thick boy gaming laptops, and yeah, I think dude, this was probably not cheap. This was probably not cheap. How much was it? How much did you get this thing for? 12 to 13. What? What is that currency? Swedish krona, right? Let's see, 13,000. Yep. That's not cheap. that is not cheap. Jeez, not cheap at all. Yeah, but you know, honestly, I think your laptop can run Genshin at max settings without stuttering and without thermal throttling if you put it on a laptop stand and the back, like the bottom, is like you put an electric fan right in front of it. And and like, okay, Swedish krona. I'm gonna take wild guess. You're in Sweden. It's not hot in Sweden. Right? It's not like insanely, like Sweden is not known for being hot. So you probably don't need to turn on the AC in your room, but as long as you have an electric fan pointed at the back of it and you put it up on a laptop stand and like the back of it, and again, not the back of the screen, okay, obviously like the bottom of it. If you point an electric fan right at the bottom of it and like it's on a laptop stand and you allow it good enough airflow, I'm willing to bet that can still run Genshin at max settings without thermal throttling. I have a laptop fan? Oh, really? How good would you say it is? Because okay, now granted, I did not run Genshin at max settings. Okay. I did not run Genshin at max settings. But here is what I did with my laptop. Okay? And I highly doubt that my laptop is anywhere near what your laptop is capable of. It's an Acer Swift 3 with an MX250 in it. I don't know what like GTX series of graphics cards the MX250 is similar to in performance. I ran Genshin at just okay settings, right? Like minimum settings, like 0.x render resolution, at 720p like actual resolution, and like lowest everything, lowest shadows, lowest everything. And yeah, I was able to just play Genshin as long as like provided I put my laptop on my laptop stand, and my laptop stand like it makes it so that like the laptop itself, like the bottom panel is like it's faced, it's not nearly vertical. Oh, I guess like the laptop itself, like the bottom panel, like the like where all the electronics are, it is sort of like sitting at like a 45-degree angle to the table, which means if I point a fan right at it, there is plenty of room for airflow, for good airflow. And I never, like whenever that happened, I never, like it never thermal throttled on me. Hey, thanks for the super, Clee. It was good catching you this live. Gotta go now, see ya. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks for the super, Clee. And thanks for coming by and saying hi. Congrats on your Kinich again. Congrats. Take care. Bye. I also remember a time, and this was like, I do not recommend doing this, by the way. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, I do not recommend using any sort of like overclocking software at all. I was stupid for doing this. I don't think, and I hope that I did not cause any long-term damage to my laptop because I did this back then. So I used like MSI Afterburner to overclock the GPU, and I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, all I knew is that I did not want to max out like the sliders because I knew it wasn't a gaming laptop. I knew it was a thin light laptop. There was very limited space inside of it for cooling, so I just I did a little bit of research, just enough to get me some numbers to use for it, and because of that, I was actually able to play Genshin at render resolution 1.0 time 1.0, like 1x, not 0.6 anymore, at 1x at medium settings. Like everything else was still the lowest, but except shadows. I actually had proper shadows. And I was able to play it at 1080p resolution. Like full screen 1080p. And it did not thermal throttle, but only if I pointed a fan right at it and the AC in my room was on. That was the only way that I could play Genshin like that. And it did not thermal throttle. It did not thermal throttle. Yeah, but the laptop did run hot. And actually the laptop ran like uncomfortably hot. The laptop ran uncomfortably hot if the AC wasn't on. But if the AC was on, it was actually okay. It was okay. Like it was warm, but not hot. And if my laptop can do that, I'm willing to bet your laptop can do much better than that, even without overclocking, as long as it has good enough cooling. And now, obviously, like, I don't know exactly how your laptop fan looks like or whatever, right? But I get the feeling that you are, well, you said that you tried running Genshin at max settings, and I'm gonna take a guess that you were also using your laptop fan there. I feel like it's probably not working as well as it should. I don't know what brand this was, but like I recently, about a couple of months ago, I saw a technician, no, like a laptop repair guy who also who also does YouTube. One of his videos got sponsored by a company that makes like expensive but pretty good laptop fans. And like not just the laptop fan, but obviously like the platform that you put it on, right? Like the sides actually have like literally a seal on the sides. Like it's sealed so that the wind that whatever the fan is blowing, it's not just like blowing on the plastic and then coming out the sides. It's actually blowing into the laptop because the sides are sealed. And I don't know, again, I don't know what laptop fan you use, but most laptop fans are literally just like a platform. There's like a screen on top of a fan that is like installed inside of it. So honestly, I think most laptop fans it's good to have, but I think you'd be much better off. I think you'd be much better off buying like a super cheap like laptop stand. Right? Like in fact, like my laptop stand is like literally $3. My wife got it for me. I think it was for my birthday. I don't remember like what it was for, but I think it was for my birthday like a few years ago. My wife got me literally a $3 laptop stand, and it's not even like, dude, hang on, let me. You know what? I'm not gonna bother like looking it up. But like I said, literally just like a couple of pieces of metal like put together in a very specific way that actually somehow makes a laptop stand. And like since before I bought my laptop, before I got my desktop, I used to just put my laptop on that thing, and like my electric fan that I would use, like, that I would have pointed at myself, I would have it like sort of like pointed at the laptop, but like letting not like 100% at the laptop, like more like 70% at the laptop, and like a little bit of wind coming at me as well, so that it wasn't only cooling the laptop, it was also for me. And I did not need to buy a laptop stand for it. Oh, sorry, not a laptop stand. I did not need to buy a laptop cooler for my laptop. My cooler was the fan that I would otherwise already have always on all the time anyway, right? So I had it cooling both me and the laptop. Pretty much run at max settings for a while, but I think around Inazuma, that's where I have to lower the graphics, and the stutters stuff are noticeable. Really annoying and immersion breaking. Yeah, that's true. I agree with you. I agree with you, man. It's really annoying and immersion breaking because you're just playing the game, you teleport to a new part of the map, and then all of a sudden, you have to go into settings to lower down your settings. It's so annoying, right? I remember having to do that a few times for on my laptop for very specific spots, for very specific parts of the map back in the day. So the first one was Dragon Spine. So Dragon Spine was the first one. Inazuma, I surprisingly did not have trouble anywhere in Inazuma. The second time where I had this problem, it was most of Jungle Sumeru, but not so bad. It was like I could feel the difference, but it wasn't unusable because of Sumeru. But when the first part of Desert Sumeru came out, it was the village, Aru village. I don't remember the name of the village anymore. It was the village that Traveler and Dia and Candace were stuck in, because there was like and Candace and Sino and Al-Haytham were stuck in, because there was a sandstorm. It's like, I don't remember what that village was, but it's that village. It was just awful. It was just as bad as Dragon Spine. Yeah, and like and remember, all my settings were already turned all the way down on my laptop, 99% of the time. I was already always at lowest everything, VSync off. Shoot, I don't remember what it's called. But like lowest everything off, and render resolution was already at 0.6, and when like outside of Dragonspine and this village in Desert Sumeru, I could set my game resolution to 720p, but in Dragonspine and in this village, I had to lower my my game resolution down all the way down to like 360p. It was awful. I hated it. It was terrible. It was just because like. And now I get, like, at the very least, you could just press Alt Enter, and even at such a low resolution, you could still full screen Genshin, right? By just pressing Alt Enter. But I couldn't do that when I was streaming, because I did not have a second monitor. So I had to have chat on the side while tiny Genshin. Which was, by the way, almost the size of a phone screen, at the distance that I would keep a laptop at. It was tiny. I could barely see anything. I streamed like that a bunch of times. Oh, man. Really, this really takes me back, man. Trip down memory lane. When I got a high-end PC and run Genshin and max everything, I could not stop playing for days. Right? It feels awesome. I felt the same way when I got my desktop. It felt the same way when I got my desktop. It felt awesome. It reinvigorated my passion for games. Unfortunately, I still unfortunately it did not change who I was. It did not change how picky I was with video games. So I still just ended up not playing anything else at all ever.
Want to prioritize. After the result is revealed, you can choose to either keep the original substat configuration or accept the new one.
That's actually really cool. That's a win. It's a win. That's a win. So somebody earlier, I don't remember who it was. Somebody earlier said that you could get 3 of these feathers every patch. Or sorry, not every patch, every month. If that's true, I feel like that is a fair amount. Obviously, I would want more. I would want 5 to 10 every month. Like even 50 every month. Hey, well, I'm not going to say no if they give me 50 every month. But if I could get, like I feel like 3 is like the bare minimum that I would consider fair.
Oh my god, it's like being able to resurrect an artifact from the grave. Like, we really needed this.
Oh my god, that feels so good. There are still low rolls. Like look at that, right? Like that is 3 low crit damage rolls. Unfortunately, there are still low rolls. And I still do not consider this a quote-unquote fix to artifacts, but it is something. It's something. The only time I will ever consider the artifact substat RNG system quote-unquote fixed in Genshin is if they completely remove flat defense, flat attack, flat HP, and completely remove low rolls, where every roll you get is just the max roll. And if they give us more of these feathers. That is when I will consider the Genshin artifact system to be fixed. Now only roll is your problem. Yeah, right. And you know, I like that they made it so that it doesn't just automatically pick the new ones. That you could at least decide to keep the old one if the new one is worse. That means that you won't have to like for example, if you're re-rolling an artifact, the only for example, the one and only good feather that you have for say your Raiden Shogun or something, right? And like you're not gonna have to suffer like, oh my god, my feather is so much worse now that it re-rolled very poorly. Right? At least you could decide to keep the old one. Like I love that they did that. It is such a good thing. Thank you again. Thank you, Wuwa. Thank you, Wuthering Waves. Thank you very much, Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, really powerful, right? Starting in 5.7, travelers who participate in the new permanent event Stygian Onslaught will be able to obtain a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment per version for free. And the Gnostic Hymn and Gnostic of Enlightenment per version, 3 Dusts of Enlightenment. Stygian Onslaught will be able to obtain a total of 3 Dusts to obtain a total of 3 permanent events. Stygian Onslaught will be able to obtain a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment, a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment, total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment, a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment.
Not bad, not bad. That's not bad. Hey, what's up, Farina? How's it going, man? Hey, Mr. J, you're back? Still on artifacts? Yeah. We had like, you know, I was yapping. We were talking about like stuff. We were talking about like PC stuff for a while there.
Enlightenment per version for free. And the Gnostic Hymn and Gnostic Chorus rewards will feature 1 each.
Oh.
Rewards and the Gnostic Hymn and Gnostic Chorus rewards.
Oh my god, Battle Pass. How many? Oh, okay.
Rewards will feature 1 each.
Oh.
Plus,
Oh my god. They cannot do this to me, man. Okay. I mean, it's a good thing. This is actually really good for me. Because, like, I recently decided that I'm gonna do the Battle Pass again. Because I did not get, what's her name? Escoffier. I did not get Escoffier's signature weapon. Well, I guess like it's better to say that I couldn't, right? So I'm running her on deathmatch, and I only had an R1 deathmatch on my main account. And like if it's available, then like why not, right? Like if I'm able to get it to R5, then like why wouldn't I? So I've actually recently decided to start getting the battle pass again. Probably until I get a R5 deathmatch, and if I'm still able to, I will probably keep going for a little while longer after that to get R5 Serpent Spine, because I don't have Serpent Spine on my main account at all. And the fact that they're adding this in now is actually like such a good thing. Such great timing for me. So man, I'm so happy. RJ will post less of those we'll post less of those defense rolls now. Well, I mean, like, it's the thing is though, it's a reroll thing, right? Which means I'm still gonna get the defense rolls. I'm still gonna get the defense rolls. And again, it's a reroll, right? So if I reroll something that has defense on it, there's still a chance that I reroll and then I hit like 32 defense % or something. There's still very much a chance that that'll happen. Computers? Yeah, right. I heard you talking about thick boys. And they also put in the battle pass stats edit thingy. Oh, okay. Hey, again, thank you, Wuthering Waves.
Feature one each.
Oh. Plus, during version 5.7, travelers will be able to claim 2 Dusts of Enlightenment directly from their in-game mailbox after logging into Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Dude, that's awesome.
Okay, let's just pause to take that in for a sec. Oh, but I do have a question. So, according to the devs, the rewards for clearing the level 5 difficulty in the new permanent event can only be obtained by completing it solo. But what if that level of difficulty is a bit much for some people?
Yeah, like me.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I'll hard carry you.
Whoa.
Well, I will come in, and the strongest travelers into that will come in to help us out. Specifically, we're talking about travelers who have cleared an even higher level of difficulty. The characters used to complete those battles become exalted ones.
Oh.
Then, when attempting a level 1 through 5 difficulty challenge, other travelers can receive extra buffs by including exalted ones in their lineup.
Oh.
Exalted one. Cleared an even higher level of difficulty. Specifically, we're talking about travelers who have cleared an even higher level of difficulty. The characters used to complete those battles become exalted ones.
Oh.
Then, when attempting a level 1 through 5 difficulty challenge, other travelers can receive extra buffs by including exalted ones in their lineup.
Oh, cool. So travelers can help each other even outside of co-op. I like that, and I need that.
So it's like whales can now help non-whales? That's not bad. That's not bad, actually.
Wait.
Now, the only problem they have is actually somehow making co-op not cringe. Yeah, I just have not had a good experience in co-op. Like, obviously my problem is like I'm on the North America server and I'm not in North America. Yeah, I think that's my biggest problem is I'm stupid. That's the problem. Because I knew I wasn't in North America, but when I started playing the game, I still decided to get on the North America server.
Wait, hold on. You mentioned
Even if they're not in your friends list. I would imagine that you don't have to be friends with someone to do co-op like this, right? Like, for example, you can just join random people's worlds, right? Obviously, you'd still need their permission to enter, right? But like, you can just join people's worlds even if they're not your friends. C6 Dory pretty good in co-op. I heard about that. I heard that she's actually pretty good in co-op.
an even higher level of difficulty just now. I thought level 5 was the highest.
Yeah, well, clearing level 5 solo unlocks a secret
Bad
level
video
of
games
difficulty.
co-op's cringe.
Level 6, dire difficulty.
Oh, no.
Once you reach level 6, it's dire straits. There are no companions to turn to for comfort. No promise of Primogems to drive you forward. What?
So, hang on. What level of difficulty did we need to get through again? For the dust thing, the feather thing? Okay, I might be remembering this wrong, but it was like only like difficulty level 3 or something?
I'm about to pour into this thing. Lock me in and throw away the key, honestly.
Anyway, you also mentioned something about targeted artifact enhancement, Tatiana. What's that about?
5 points artifact of enlightenment.
Ooh. What is it?
Ooh, artifact-related item using
Artifact enhancement, Katiana. What's that about?
Yeah, right. So version 5.7 is introducing a new artifact-related enlightenment.
What is it?
It's like to raise an artifact that has potential, only for it to turn out. So that's enhanced as you raise it, but allows you to re-roll the subset enhanced. Prioritize. Choose to either keep your or then Stygian Onslaught will be able to obtain a total of 3 Dusts of Enlightenment per version for free. Starting in 5.7, travelers who participate in the new permanent event Stygian Onslaught
Who participate in the new permanent event. So they don't say what level difficulty you have
will be able
to
obtain a total of
clear.
3 Dusts and the Gnostic for 1 each.
7. Travelers will be able to claim 2 Dusts of Enlightenment directly from their in-game mailbox. Just pause to take that in for a sec.
Okay, so they don't mention exactly
Difficulty
what
in the
level
new permanent event
difficulty.
can only be obtained by completing it solo. So according to the devs, the rewards for clearing the level 5 difficulty in the new permanent event can only be obtained by completing it solo. But what if that level of difficulty is a bit much for some?
Like me.
Yeah, well, don't worry, I'll hard carry you.
Whoa.
Well, I will come in, and the strongest travelers in Teyvat will come in to help us out. Specifically, we're talking about travelers who have cleared an even higher level of difficulty. The characters used to complete those battles become exalted ones.
Cool.
Then, when attempting a level 1 through 5 difficulty challenge, other travelers can receive extra buffs by including exalted ones in their lineup.
Oh, cool. So travelers can help each other even outside of co-op. I like that, and I need that. Wait, hold on. You mentioned an even higher level of difficulty just now. I thought level 5 was the highest.
Yeah, well, clearing level 5 solo unlocks a secret level of difficulty. Level 6, dire difficulty.
Oh, no.
Once you reach level 6, it's dire straits. There are no companions to turn to for comfort, no promise of Primogems to drive you forward. What? Just formidable enemies and an unrelenting desire to prove yourself.
Okay, that definitely sounds dire. So you're telling me travelers really don't get anything in return for accomplishing something like that?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
Why don't you?
You'll just have to wait and see. Hey, what's up, Bozan? How's it going, man? Okay. So, I heard some rumors that the highest level of difficulty of, well, Onslaught will give... Should I talk about this? Okay, you know what? Never mind. It's not game-changing. It's cool, but it's not something game-changing. Yeah, I honestly I think the highest difficulty they should give like 3 feathers each stage. So they should give like a total of 9 feathers. I feel like that would be like worth the trouble. But yeah, no, I highly doubt they're gonna give something as incredible as that. Yeah, but anyway, like the rumors I heard is like the rewards for it are cool, but not game changing.
Oh, wait.
All right, that's it for Stygian Onslaught. Just a reminder, the outbreak period begins the second Wednesday after a version update, or 8 days into the new version.
Second Wednesday after a version update. The outbreak period? Second or 8 days into the new version. Outbreak period. Oh, okay. So outbreak period is I'm assuming this period of like 10 days that we can farm artifacts in Onslaught or something. I was thinking of going for C6 Raiden, but if Skirk is here, I will go for her. As I stop playing, I can't for her if I go for Raiden. I would not recommend Raiden Shogun past C3. Like, there's just no benefit. Like, so I don't remember what C4 does. I remember it's not nothing, but it's also not great. C6 is it sounds cool because you shorten the cooldowns of your other teammates, right? But it doesn't have C5. Okay. Okay. Bozan, I recommend checking out Zijeff's Ask Zijeff Raiden edition, like his most recent one. I remember he talks about C6 Raiden for a brief period. I don't remember which part of it. Like I'm pretty sure it's it's in the timestamps. But like he talks a little bit about C6 Raiden Shogun and why it's almost completely useless. Yeah, there are just no good teammates that Raiden Shogun can reduce the cooldowns of that actually benefits a lot from having shorter rotations. Because a lot of it still relies on like a bunch of other stuff as well. Like for example, imagine your typical overload national team, right? Like Raiden Shogun, Chevrus, Bennett, Shengling. So if you reduce everyone's cooldowns, Chevrus, Bennett, and Shengling. So Shengling's, from what I remember, Shengling's cooldown is like 18 seconds, and if you reduce it by like, say, I don't know, like 2 or 3 seconds, right? He would still be like, even though you reduced Bennett's cooldown of 15 seconds down to 12 or 11. I don't remember how many seconds it reduces, but right now you have a Bennett that is like that has a much shorter rotation than your Shangling does, but you're still limited to your Shangling rotation, right? So like you're sort of like, yeah, like you're sort of still at the mercy of whoever in your team has the longest cooldown. So yeah, he explains it much better than I do. Like, so I recommend going looking it up. Like Zajeff's Ask Zajeff Raiden edition, his most recent one. Yeah, it talks a little bit about like why C6 is just completely useless. You're at C5 though, so you're like one away. But at the same time, well, if I were you, I wouldn't, because I just don't see the benefit of C6 Raiden. I just don't see the benefit of C6 Raiden. So I could go for it. Like, yeah, if I were you right now, like I wouldn't go for it. I would probably just wait for another Shogun rerun. Plus, like, cause like she's an Archon. She's a lot more likely to rerun a lot more often than the other character, than the non-Archons, right? You say so? No need to see that video. RJ, we can see your image. My image? An icon logo beside create option. Looking smart. Huh? You can see your image on the icon logo beside the create option. Oh, this thing. Yeah. It's a really old picture of me from 2014. Yeah, 2014. Doxed.
Version. So don't forget to gather your friends and get farming when the time comes. All right, time to lock in. Travelers might also be excited to hear that the next installment of the Traveler's Tales is coming in version 5.7.
Okay, Slay. Last time was
Oh,
so much
this
fun.
thing.
We got to reunite with so many old friends and make a lot of great new memories.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at some of the encounters in store for us this time around?
Whoa, so Tolma's back in Mondstadt? And Dare?
Before, I love him.
Looks like he's got quite the posse around him.
Oh, it's so cute. I want to know what they're talking about.
The
And it
Melusines.
looks like Dory's at Inazuma. Is she trying to sell something to Sayu?
Of course.
Oh no, someone save Sayu. She's too innocent for Dory schemes.
Honestly, though, a crafty merchant like Dory could show up anywhere, and I wouldn't be surprised. I bet we even run into her and not cry at some point.
Ooh, I wonder how many other friends will show up this time.
From what Oki?
Open world.
It's the open road.
The devs have said that make sometime in the future.
Finally, at the end of version 5.7.
Oh.
Finally, Overflowing Abundance is returning at the end of version 5.7.
It's
Travelers
okay.
can look forward to double the talent and weapon ascension material drops.
In addition, new envisaged echoes coming 7.
Oh, for the right.
Shenhe's echo is so cool. I see sigils and pops of red in there. Okay, girl.
Oh my god. Them, I can't believe it. They specifically
Version 5.7.
like
For the Raiden Shogun and Shenhe.
Oh, Shenhe's
they show a
echo
shot
is-
of Raiden Shogun's like Echo or whatever this thing is called, and then Shenhe
is so
in her normal skin,
cool.
and then they give us the same shot of her in her like paid skin, and it's just so heartbreaking. Again, I'm reminded of the fact that I have this skin, but I don't have Shenhe. Hi, what's up, Scary Moose? How's it going, man?
Sigils and pops of red in there. Okay, girl. Very fitting.
And the Raiden Shoguns like petals floating in the wind. The purple matches so well.
So pretty.
Yep, so if you want to claim them, make sure your characters are ready. Travelers can also look forward to some Genius Invocation TCG updates, including new
Right, you've
I feel like our phones will thank us.
7 update.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. The stuff that they mentioned in the developer discussion, the recent developer discussion. This is pretty cool, by the way. Like, so apparently we can now so apparently this is only on mobile, not on PC. But apparently we can choose to only download what is required of like just to update the game. Doesn't include the quest data. So apparently you can't like if you don't download the full resources, you can't play like certain quests, I imagine. So it's basically just allowing you to play the game. And I think this is great. I think this is great because like some people like they can just choose to like, oh, I don't have like this amount more storage on my device, so like I guess I'll just download this because I still want to keep playing the game. And like, okay, I'm sad that I can't play the quest anymore because my phone doesn't have enough storage. But hey, at least I can still play the game, right? I think that's great. I would still like to see the day that they allow us to uninstall entire regions. Like, as I haven't been to Mondstadt in so long. I haven't been to Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru in so long. And it's just there, taking up storage space. And, like, the thing is, though, they can already allow us to open a domain even without teleporting there. Right? Like, remember the feature that they added to where it, like, even though you haven't unlocked a weekly boss, you can still fight the weekly boss by just going into your adventurer handbook. Right? So, like, they don't even need to give us control. They don't even need to give us control over which region we install and uninstall. Like, I wouldn't mind if they decided which regions were gonna get uninstalled for each patch, because they know which regions will have nothing to do with each specific patch. So if they did that, I can't imagine, dude, how much less storage is Genshin gonna take on your device if they uninstall entire regions. Now, granted, that does increase, like, significantly increase how big, how many gigabytes updates will be, especially if they suddenly have to install a new region and uninstall one region and install a different region. That's gonna significantly increase like update download, like how much updates, or like how many gigabytes an update is gonna take. Which means on top of it, your device suddenly needing a lot more storage now, because now you have to install an entirely new region and then uninstall, like, the older region, like the regions that are not necessary for the next patch. It also significantly increases how much traffic their servers are gonna face during updates. Like, as soon as the pre-install updates are available until, like, the day of the update itself, to all the days whenever people decide to update their games, to update their game, it's gonna be a significant amount more traffic on their servers as well, because it's a lot more data. And I guess if I was Dawei, I probably wouldn't introduce a feature like that just yet, because Genshin has yet to cross the line of, like, yes, it takes up a lot of storage on mobile. PC, it's not really an issue for a lot of people. It is an issue for some people, but not a lot of people. On mobile, I think the lowest... Okay, and connecting it back to the thing I was talking about earlier. I don't remember who it was. It was a guy, like, in chat. I don't remember his name. He was like, he got me on this topic of like how much Genshin cost to develop initially, like its initial development cost, to how much they earned in a year just on iOS alone. And it got me on this topic where, like, again, this is just all speculation and guessing for me, but I feel like most of Genshin's spenders are on iOS and PlayStation. It's just a guess. Are on iOS and PlayStation. Because it is a lot more possible for someone to be on Android and PC to be F2P, because you can easily run Genshin on a much cheaper Android phone and a much cheaper PC. Like a PC and an Android phone that is much cheaper than any iPhone ever, and any PlayStation 5 ever. Even a PlayStation 4. Yeah. So, and I reckon that they would probably, Hoyo is probably gonna mostly take into consideration the lowest storage space available on a PlayStation and on an iPhone. And I don't think I'm pretty sure Apple doesn't sell 128 gig iPhones anymore. I'm pretty sure of that. Like I can't be 100% sure, but I highly doubt they are still gonna sell 128 gig iPhones in 2025. PlayStation, I don't know. I think 256 is the lowest. So I think Hoyo might just allow Genshin to on PC mostly, doesn't matter, right? But on iOS at the very least, and PlayStation, I think Hoyo is just gonna allow Genshin to go all the way up to probably probably 60. Yeah. Like how many gigs is Genshin now on mobile, on like, yeah, whatever mobile. But yeah, I reckon Hoyo is probably gonna allow Genshin to go all the way to like 60 or maybe even 70 gigabytes on mobile, like on iOS and on PlayStation, before they take some serious steps into reducing how much space it takes up on those platforms. Because losing players on iOS and PlayStation for them is like a guaranteed loss of income as well. Because these are the players that are the most likely to spend money in the game. 42 gigabytes. Oh, dude. How many language packs do you have? Do you have 2 or just 1? Two. Okay, so that's probably somewhere around like 20, or sorry, not 20, 35, 37 gigs. If you only have 1 language pack. I remember recently seeing someone's video talking about the dev notes, or whatever this is called, the developer discussion. I think it was I Want to Lose. Like he mentioned, like he said that I wish we could just uninstall all the language packs, and that we would just have a completely mute Genshin. A completely mute Genshin, and not even just language packs. Like uninstall all audio. Cause like, dude, a single language pack in like it takes up like, I think somewhere around 5 to 6 gigs. Right, that's a single language pack. Imagine uninstalling your one last language pack, and uninstalling all audio, all sound cues, like everything, all audio from Genshin, right, including character dialogue, or no, obviously that's included in, yeah, including like sound effects. Genshin would just be completely mute. There'd just be no option to turn up the volume. It was just gonna be completely mute. I wonder how many gigabytes that would save up. And also I think so deleting like old quest resources, I imagine that includes pre-rendered cutscenes. And the thing about pre-rendered cutscenes is, I'm gonna take a wild guess that I think pre-rendered cutscenes are, so they're not like happening live, right? Like for example, like when you're in dialogue in Genshin, it's like that's actually happening live. Like the 3D models are actually there and they're moving in like the real like Genshin Tevat map. Whereas pre-rendered cutscenes, right, like the ones that look amazing, these are just videos that they pre-rendered. And I'm gonna take a wild guess that they did not render these at 1080p. They probably rendered it originally at a very high resolution, because they are probably going to take into account the fact that there are some gamers out there that probably play Genshin on an 8K TV. Or at the very least a 4K TV or 4K monitor. So they probably render these pre-rendered cutscenes at least 4K resolution, maybe higher. So right, it's basically like a 5 to 10 or even 15 minute, maybe not 15 minutes. It's pre-rendered cutscene, like 5 to 10 minute 4K or higher video that's just sitting in your storage. You've already seen it. It's already played, and there is no way for you to rewatch it, even if you wanted to, because you've already completed the quest. But it's still sitting there in your storage. It's still sitting there in your hard drive, in your SSD. But you can't watch it. Right? So like, why? Yeah, like, right, like, allow us to delete that stuff. And I reckon that, like, on mobile, like, deleting old quest stuff is probably, deleting old quest stuff is probably like it probably also deletes this stuff. Yeah, but like, it's a video. Video takes up a lot. Genshin is at 54.96 on mobile. I have all the language packs. Jeez, why? Like, how do you even switch? Do you even how often do you switch languages, man? I just didn't realize this when I was still playing. I really like the effects while running with a character. Sorry, Luap, how long ago did you quit again? Because the whole running effects thing has been around for quite a while now. It's been around since Theater was released. From what I remember though, you haven't played Genshin in quite a long time. Yeah.
Usage for some Archon quests, story quests, and hangout events.
Okay, so that means clearing out some old quest resources to save storage space, right? But what about players whose progress is a bit all over the place? How does that work? Resources to save storage space, right? But what about players whose progress is a bit all over the place? How does that work?
Don't worry. The dev team has accounted for that. The system will provide different guidance and solutions based on account progress and quest status to ensure that travelers still have a smooth gaming experience. And when you need to start an Archon quest, story quest, or hangout event that isn't enabled, the system will download the required resources as needed.
Oh, slay.
Yup. So travelers who haven't updated the mobile version in a long time might be able to free up quite a bit of storage space with this optimization.
I need that.
And it sounds like a great option for cross-platform players who maybe rely on mobile more for the small stuff.
Yeah, of course, if you don't have storage concerns, nothing has to change. You can just choose to keep all game resources instead. And this setting can be changed at any time in the Paimon menu, where you can choose for completed quest resources to be automatically cleared in future version updates, or for all game resources to be updated as normal.
Okay.
This should also make it easier for people to try out Genshin Impact for the first time.
Yup. For further details, be sure to check out the developers discussion as well as future announcements across Genshin Impact's official accounts.
Okay.
And you will now be able to directly use Fragile Resin to claim rewards from...
That's pretty good. It's my brother who told me about this stuff, and I didn't believe him. Thought it was just some mods. Yeah, no. It's been out since Theater was released, so it's been out for quite a while now.
Leyline blossoms and common challenge domains, like artifact and talent material domains. This also applies to the artifact drops in the new permanent event we
This
introduced
is pretty cool. This is actually pretty cool.
earlier.
Yes. Fragile resin is worth 60 original resin, so that means you get triple the drops. Should save a few trips to the crafting bench, that's for sure.
Also, the Adventurer Handbook will now have guide entries for 40
It doesn't affect me because I'm still gonna refuse to use my fragile resins. But I think it's cool. You know, this part of the developer discussion I did not understand.
Also, the Adventurer Handbook will now have guide entries for 40 resin bosses, which should be helpful if you run into a boss you're not quite sure how to crack.
And the icons will be displayed in
Oh, it's like it just gives you like some tips on like how to deal with certain bosses and stuff. Okay.
order the bosses were unlocked, which should make it more intuitive to navigate.
Alright, let's move on to some optimizations for the Spiral Abyss. When moving to the next floor or restarting a challenge, you can now save your current party lineup or clear it with a single click.
Oh, easy.
And you can claim your challenge rewards directly after completing floor 12. If you're not satisfied with your performance, you can also restart the challenge directly from the finalization screen.
Nice. Small things here.
Oh my god, that is like this part right here, by the way. Being able to save your party's lineup. It's so annoying, like when I realize that, like, oh, my Yelan is on the wrong bow, and like I exit out, I redo my I start over, and then now I have to click through every character in the party all over again. And all I wanted to do was just switch out Yelan's bow. This is such a godsend. This is amazing.
Or or clear it with a single click.
Oh, easy.
And you can claim your challenge rewards directly after completing floor 12. If you're not satisfied with your performance, you can also restart the challenge directly from the finalization screen.
Nice. Small things here and there really add up over time.
Yeah, so hopefully these optimizations make for a better experience overall.
All right. Well, that was another long one, you guys, but it's not over yet. A mystery guest left a message for us. So let's check it out along with the third redemption code.
旅人の皆さんこんにちは、鈴木愛理です。今回ゲーム原今回
Singer?
ゲーム原神の皆さんと一緒にお仕事をすることになりました。とても嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。私はスカークというキャラクターのアニメショートテーマソングのスターオデッセイという楽曲を歌わせていただいたんですが、この楽曲は全編英語で世界各国というか世界にこう届ける歌ということで、もう全て英語の詩なので、私にとってはこの世界に入って初めての経験でとてもドキドキしたのですが、こう皆さんと一緒に気持ちを共有できたらいいなと思って今からとてもワクワクしています。スカークの歴史を聞いて、すごく強いけど孤独と戦いながら今日まで生きてきた、そんな強くてかっこいい女性っていうのを頭に置きながら歌を歌いましたので、その気持ちが
Switch out Yelan? What is this heresy? I said switch out Yelan's bow.
OMG! An animated short for Skirk and Shenhe!
So exciting.
So exciting! Well, you guys, that brings us to the end of our announcements for this version. That was a whirlwind.
It certainly was. So, what are you all looking forward to the most? For me, I have to say, although it's a little biased, I am clearly excited for everybody to meet Dahlia.
Yes.
But, you know, I'm also really excited about the new permanent content like Stygian Onslaught. How about you guys?
It's kind of hard to pick just one. I mean, I'm excited for my girl Mavuika in
course.
TCG, but like, I'm also really excited to see Nebula my fave in the Traveler's Tales.
Yes. Well, I'm really excited for, I might be a little biased as well, I'm really excited for Skirk.
Nope.
Wow, really? I'm also so excited for Dahlia, and like, we've been waiting so long for these characters, and also Dainsleif, I'm so excited, and that animated short, oh my gosh, and also, of course, the lore girlies, we're eating so well this patch, I'm so excited for that Twins quest.
Yes, I feel like it's clear from the last few patches that the story has really been amping up lately, and this version seems to be no exception.
Yeah, right? I mean, pretty soon, we'll be in our 5th year of adventuring, if you can believe it. It feels like it was just yesterday.
Crazy.
So it feels like we're really getting
But we met Dahlia already. That is true. That is not wrong.
And we hope travelers have fun doing the same.
Okay, so that's it for the Genshin Impact version 5.7 special program. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody.
At Astra Abyssos Travelers.
Why is there
and
still how many
Adventuring.
minutes?
Can I get my big
Oh,
boom?
okay, okay.
Boom, boom. But wait a second. It looks like another friend from afar is rushing over to share some interesting news.
Ooh.
Is this Nod Cry? This is Nod Cry, isn't it?
Nod Cry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frostmoon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the Snow-Land Fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, actually. Like the Fatui technology, that they have like technology like this, like floating cities and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone.
Is this Alice? Is this Alice? Oh my god. Is this Alice or is this just adult Klee? I mean, technically Alice is adult Klee, like genetically. Man, okay. Gotta say, I'm excited.
They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world.
Alice Crumbs, right? Alice Crumbs.
And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
Is that a Sealy? Oh, it's the calendar thing at the end. Columbina, probably? Oh, that's possible. That's possible that that was Columbina. So this is the calendar thing. What is this? Regiment. Okay, so those are the events. July. Traveler's Tales. Oh, the thing where you get to talk to, like, okay. Stygian Onslaught. Oh yeah, the new endgame thing. Dude, I can't believe it. Like, dude, now they just like straight up have oh, I did not even realize that I was just watching it at 720p. Now they just have like the calendar and just tells you exactly how many primos like you're getting. I just, how do I look this up? Like, I'm sure this is on some like Genshin like Hoyo Lab website or something. But like, what is an easy way to look this up? Because I've tried looking this stuff up before, and I just cannot immediately get like the official like Hoyo one. I just always get like a picture of a picture that some random user uploaded. Okay, well, I quickly found one this time, but it also wasn't the first search result. The first search result is like game8.co, and like, I don't know. I just don't like their like the format of their calendars. Like, I really like this format. It's just so much easier for my tiny brain to understand. She better be playable. Like, yeah, right? We've been hearing Alice's voice for so long now, and we haven't even seen what she looks like. So Clee thighs are finally becoming... Oh my god. Mr. J, man. No, RJ people actually managed to guess the codes before the live stream dropped. Wow, really? I heard, yeah. I remember hearing some people like talk about what the codes were. There you go, calendar found. Yeah, but it's like it was like I had to scroll down a bunch just to find it, and it wasn't even like official. Wasn't even like official like like their channel or whatever it's called, their profile. Second hit. No, for me it was so it was like game8.co and then a bunch of videos, and then IGN, PC Games, N, comicbook.com. I guess that's a thing, and then Hoyo Lab. We found the official link to the calendar. Yeah, okay, so like what keywords did you use? Because like I just straight up looked up Genshin 5.7 event calendar. And it shows up with like whatever priority list that I have for some reason. Okay, so someone earlier, I think it was Shinrin again. Someone earlier asked, oh no, I don't think it was Shinrin. I think it was someone else. Asked if I was gonna end the stream right after I watched the special program. And I said no, because I had stuff to do. Like I had Imaginarium Theater to do. I had the event. Still haven't done the event at all. And I think the event is ending in like 2 or so days. I really have to get on that soon, like very soon. Genshin event calendar. Okay, let me try that. Well, I googled Genshin 5.7 event calendar. Okay. Genshin event calendar. Nope, still showing up as game8.co, paimon.moe, Genshin Impact wiki, Reddit, and then HoYoLab events, which is a list of their events, of all their events, not, yeah, the current events, the events that have already come out. Okay, and I've also found the 5.6 event calendar, not the 5.7 event calendar. Okay, let's see. Okay, I finally found like their official like page on HoYoLab, and now I'm on their profile. So okay, it looks like they haven't posted. They haven't posted. Yeah, their official channel on HoYoLab hasn't posted the calendar yet. How do I even? Can I just search? How do I search posts from a specific? Okay. So apparently they don't post it immediately. And that's why these are the search results that I'm coming up with are from random people and not from like official Genshin thing. Hoyo banned the use of changing skins. I would not risk it. Changing skins? What do you mean changing skins? Is it safe to use and bypass Hoyo security system? Spade, I'm pretty sure once it gets caught by the system, that's like probably I'm willing to bet that's like probably instantly a perma ban. Hoyo has been very not accepting of any modifications to their games for a while now. In fact, I a few months ago I heard that people were getting banned for just using auto click. Like because people apparently there are some people that are using auto clickers to skip through Genshin dialogue, and I heard some people talking about the fact that some people were getting permanently banned for using auto clickers. Hey, what's up, Onoko? How's it going, man? I sent the calendar on Discord. Well, yeah, no, I mean, like, okay, thanks for sending it on Discord, but like, no, I'm mostly like talking about like sometimes I'll just randomly like want to like I'll just like randomly want to find out like okay, so what day was this event ending again? When was like this next event again? Like etc. etc. Like suddenly like so typically what I do when that happens is like I just get on Google, I look it up. But what I'm saying was my problem was that I could not figure out like a good set of keywords to look up on Google to where it's just instantly, immediately the first search result. On the site. Oh, on this site? The official site? Oops. What site? I guess here? Nope. That's the developer discussion. I don't know, like, what site you're talking about, man. Thanks for the info, man. You deserve a like and sub, but I'm still gonna use this in a mini ID. In a mini ID? What's a mini ID? Link I posted. Oh. Oh, that's you that I'm assuming you pinged someone. You pinged me. There it is. Hmm. Okay, calendar. Calendar. Where is this said calendar? Oops. Still not sure where this calendar thing you're talking about is. So this is literally just a page for the update. At the link you didn't open? No, I opened it in incognito. You reading or reading? Okay, reading the thing. Node cry before Snedge. I'm back. Kind of surprised you're still streaming. Well, you know, I've been well, Klee, you haven't been here in a while. And in the last while, yeah, in the last little bit, I've been yapping a lot. Well, a lot more than before on my streams. So you actually nowadays you just find me streaming and like most of the time there will be Genshin in the video and then there'll just be a whole lot of nothing happening and just a character doing like rotating through their idle animations and then just me yapping for like 2 or 3 hours. Oh, I scrolled. What the heck? Why did it... Okay, why would it do that? Okay, I opened the link, and I'm expecting it to start me at the top of the page. So I scrolled down, and I'm like, okay, well, there's nothing here. And I was actually surprised, like, why is this so short? I feel like this site should be a lot longer. And then, like, I accidentally just scrolled up, and I was like, what the... Huh? Why is it, like, why did it start me in the middle? What the heck? Okay, so apparently it's no, not the very top. But why did it open it in the middle? Okay, hang on. I gotta show you this. Okay, there. Right. So, when I opened the link you sent me, I didn't click it directly. I just copied and pasted it because I didn't want it to. I didn't want to open it in like regular Chrome. I wanted to open it in incognito. So it took me here. This is immediately where it started. So and like I didn't pay attention to this because like when you open a website, it typically doesn't start you in the middle of a really long web page. right? And if it does, it typically at least like shows that it's scrolling down. So I was like, okay, well, I guess this is the top of the page. So I scroll down. And there's like, huh, that's a pretty short website. I would imagine that this would be longer. And like as I was yapping about it, I accidentally I was scratching my back, and when I put my hand back on the mouse, I accidentally hit the scroll wheel, and I was like, what? Huh? This wasn't the top of the page. It blew my mind that why would they open a web page in the middle? Hmm? Pre-register. What? I can pre-register for an update? For a version update? Why would it? Is that a thing? I can pre-register to an update? And it actually gives me Primogems? What the heck? Is this real? It's been a thing for a while. That is so weird. Okay. Alright. I went back to the... Where is it? Okay. So I went back to Discord. Is this it? No, that's not it. Okay, here. So I went back to... No. It's still incognito. Hang on. Where is it? Okay, there. So I went back to Discord, and I just straight up clicked the link. So I'm already logged in. And it still starts me in the middle of the page. Why does it do that? Does it do that for everyone? My parents are monitoring my screen time. Gonna despawn before I get hit by a slipper, spoon, pan, or clothes hanger. Alright, best of luck to you, Onoko. Take care, man. There's an anchor in the URL? Anchor? What anchor? What's an anchor? Change the 4 to a 1. Oh. Oh, yeah, there. Okay. Well, that's the link that was shared to me. So that's the link that I clicked on it. Okay. Let's try it. Oh, I see. I don't know what an anchor is, but I'm guessing that's a thing. I'm running. Also, Klee, I remember seeing your message a couple of minutes ago. RJ, do you still look at character builds? I do, but I typically just glance through them. If I can see, like, especially if it's somebody that is random, right? Like, it's their first time here, and like I've never looked at their account, or whatever. And they ask me like, "Hey, look at my account, review my whatever." Typically, I just take a look at it, take a quick look at it, and I immediately like decide, does this guy know what they're doing? If it looks like they know what they're doing, I'll be like, "Hey, you know what you're doing? You're building your characters, right?" And I'll just tell them like my opinions. Like if I think like I will tell them like my build preferences. Like if I could see that they decided to go with a lot more crit damage than crit rate, then I'll be like, well, I would prefer more crit rate, and whatever, right? Like that's sort of how I quote unquote look at characters, at people's accounts and characters nowadays. But if I could see that they really need help, then if I could see that they look like they don't know what they're doing, then yeah, I typically will actually spend some time telling people about it. Was that it? Wait, what? You get this stuff? Okay. That's a thing? So how long has this been a thing? It's just free stuff. It worked fine for me. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you know what? You know what, Mr. Day? I think what happened was like because well no, it doesn't change in here. How did you do that? Like as I'm scrolling down, like the link it's not gonna change. How did you somehow Oh, you know what? Okay. Okay. X. Nope. No. How did you do that? How did you get the link that's specifically on page 4? How did you do that? Yeah, but like okay, cool. Like the share feature. Oh, you mean like here? Here? There's no Discord here though. And the copy thing, it gives me like a very much different link from the one you gave me. How'd you do that? That's so odd. Ah, gotcha. See, I just wanted to show off my Kinich. I spent a ton of time pre-farming his artifacts. Yeah, sure, why not? Like, I'm about to get off anyway. Landed on 4, but it's the same. Like, that is so weird. I did not know that was a thing. And, who was it? Oops. There. Arshesny. Yeah, Arshesny. I did not know that that was called a anchor. Did not know that that was called an anchor. Anyway, yeah, so Klee, I'm just about to get off. I don't really have time to do like the stuff that I said 4 hours ago. Yeah, I did that. The stuff that I said 4 hours ago that I had to do. Don't have to do it. I don't have time to do it anymore, so I'm not gonna be able to look at it anymore. So I might as well take a look at your account before I go. Okay, let's get on. Oops. Enka. And Chrome. And this thing. There we go. Hey, what's up, Zoro? How's it going, man? It is missing one number. So, Clay, I'm gonna take a guess here that this exclamation point is probably a 1. Nope, there's no space. Can I not use this enter? My numpad enter? Okay, apparently I can't use my numpad enter. Oh, serpent spine. Nice. You already... Okay. You definitely did pre-farm for him. You already triple crowned him. You just... After you just got him. That is crit damage. Okay, so you don't have any crit rate on your... Oh, you do. But like... Oh, this... Your goblet is very unfortunate, man. I'm sorry to hear about sorry about your goblet. But everything else seems fine. You do have a bunch of wasted rolls though, but thankfully, because you have serpent spine, no. Yo, Obsidian Codex. Klee, did you know that you get 40% crit rate from 4-piece obsidian, right? Did you know that? So you are, including obsidian, you are quite, like, you are overcapping on crit rate by quite a bit. Granted, this is a really good circlet though, so like, if you have a good crit damage circlet, then that would be great. Like, if you could switch to that. But if you don't, then like that's actually really unfortunate. You are wasting what, like 16% crit rate. Yeah, you're wasting like 16, no, 0.9, 16, like say more or less 17 crit rate. And remember, crit rate is only half the value of crit damage. Right? Because if you get a 17% crit rate, 17% of crit rate from your substats, that or even your main stat on your circlet, that is equal to 34% crit damage. Because remember, a crit damage circlet goes up to 62.2% crit damage, and a crit rate one only goes up to 31.1, which is 50% of the value of crit damage, right? So crit value wise, you are losing about 17% of crit value. No, am I? How do you? No, not 17. 34. 34% crit value. Because remember, imagine if you could reduce your crit rate by, if you could trade some of your crit rate rolls, right? Like, obviously, like, you barely have any crit rate rolls, but like, if you could somehow trade the excess 17 crit rate for 34% crit damage, then you would be at 100 crit rate and 234 crit damage. Now, I'm not saying this is not a good crit ratio, right? That's definitely a good crit ratio for most characters, right? But because you're on Serpent Spine, which gives you a lot of crit rate already, and from what I remember, Kinich's Ascension stat, I believe, is crit damage. And that's why, like, yeah, this one of the reasons why, like, it's so much easier to build Kinich, because his best installed artifact set is a set that gives you 40 crit rate already. Right, so you typically, ideally, only have to get to 60% crit rate on Kinich. Especially if you're running him on 4-piece codex. 60%, and then the rest of it can just be crit damage. Missing out on so much. I'll just switch some artifacts around for sure now. Yeah. So yeah. Like, again, this is still a great crit ratio. It's just that you're like, if you can find a way to trade out like this 17 crit damage for 34 crit rate, that would be ideal, because you're already at 100% with with Obsidian Codex, right? Even if you take away that 17 crit rate. But hey, again, congrats, Glee. All right, before I go, Zoro is also asking me to check out his Varesa. F2P Varesa. This is a very F2P Varesa. Oops, I don't have Genshin open. Okay. This is a very F2P Bresa. Okay. Zoro, you look like you know what you're doing. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you anything but like what you're supposed to do. But man, I'm so sorry about your circlet. I'm so sorry about your circlet. That is unfortunate. Great circlet. Great goblet though. Your goblet's pretty good. No wonder why you have so much crit rate. Like, because like your goblet is just like hard carrying your crit rate. Man, without Widsith though, your crit ratio is like really. It's not. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great because like imagine your crit ratio only looks good now because you have a crit damage weapon. Right, but without that crit damage weapon, your crit rate. Oops. Oh, I pressed on the wrong keyboard shortcut. 189. Oops, 0.1 minus. This is 55.1. So yeah, realistically, your crit ratio now is really only at 88.4 by 134. Your crit ratio only looks good because you have a crit rate weapon. And it's the same thing as like I don't know if you're still here by the way, Zoro. It's the same thing as like as Klee's Kinich just now. Because she had a crit rate weapon, and I'm pretty sure Veresa's ascension stat. Veresa Ember. Ascension stat is crit rate. Okay. Yeah, right. So plus the fact that her ascension stats crit rate. Hang on. Let's also look at Kinich. Okay. So it looks like yeah. Veresa gets 19.2 crit rate just from being leveled, which means so if we were to, like, for example, imagine a character that has no crit rate and no crit damage ascension. If you were to build the character like that with your artifacts, with just solely your artifacts, you would be looking at a character at 88.4 minus 19 point. Is it 19? Yeah, 19.2. Right, so your crit ratio now would literally just be at 69, nice, 0.2 crit rate with 134, like 69, 134 crit ratio. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Right, your crit rate though, like 60% crit rate, pretty good. Yeah, but again, your overall crit ratio is good, thanks to your Widsith. And Veresa's crit rate ascension stat. But with much, like, as you continue to farm, you are definitely going to be able to go much higher than this. Definitely going to be able to go much higher than this. Like, so at this point, like, your crit rate is great. Your crit rate is looking great. So you do not have to get any more crit rate at all. Ideally, you just want to get more crit damage. Man, this circlet, man, it's hurting me. This circlet is really hurting me. Honestly, I would keep the crit rate circlet because, well, this is just me. I just prefer consistent crits on my characters. But if you could somehow get a crit damage circlet with somewhere close to like, yeah, with like somewhere close to 20 crit rate, that's incredibly hard, by the way. That is really rare. But if you could somehow get that, because like that means like if you say 17 crit rate, for example. So once you switch over to that, you just be at like 84.4 minus 17%. So your crit rate would still be at like 71.4, but your crit, you would be getting like 60 minus 8. You'd be getting like somewhere around like 54. Yeah, somewhere around 54 crit damage. Right? Although at that point, because your crit damage is so high, I feel like 71 crit rate is like it's good, but it's not like I would prefer to have more crit rate. Like, but again, that's just me. I just have a preference for like more consistent damage. Yeah, as long as like I can achieve like a lot of crit damage, then I don't like I would actually want to get more crit rate on my characters as well. But that's just my preference. You have a crit damage circlet with 15 crit rate. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's more like 69 29.1 minus 7.8 plus 62.2. Yeah, so you'd be at like 69 to 43 crit ratio. Again, 69 crit rate is definitely good. Like it's pretty good for endgame, right? Especially like especially on characters that do not have any crit ascension stats, or characters that don't have what's the word I'm looking for? Like that don't have like crit rate or crit damage weapons, right? But because your crit damage is so high, then you can actually afford to just take away some of that crit damage and put it into crit rate. But if you have a crit damage circlet with 15 crit rate, then you definitely should use it, because like you are losing quite a bit of value on this. Because like remember, crit value is crit damage plus crit rate times 2 plus crit damage, right? So like crit rate is always times 2, and that's your crit value. So you have a circlet that has 30 crit value, and yet you're using one that gives you 7.8 crit value. And even with your lower crit rate, you'd still be at like a pretty good amount of crit rate. So I would actually, for now, I would recommend using that crit damage circlet with your 15% crit rate. If you can get a circlet like your crit rate circlet, honestly, this is like really good end game crit rate. If you can, like one day, I don't know if you're still farming this domain. If you are, then like one day you might get like I don't know, like somewhere around like a 30 crit damage crit rate circlet. So you'd be sitting at around 7.8 plus let's just say, I don't know, like 27 crit damage, right? So you'd be sitting at like 88 208. Now I know 208 is not like that big of a difference, but like that would be like your end game. That'd be like your end game, like, right? Like imagine 90% crit rate, like basically 90% crit rate with like 200 crit damage. Again, this is good. This is really good crit ratio. This is really good crit ratio already. It mainly depends on your preferences. Like for me, because this is actually a pretty decent amount of crit damage. This is like literally 1 to 2, right? So anyone would just tell you like, okay, this is good. This is 1 to 2 crit ratio. Just keep this, right? I would honestly just keep this. But if you prefer seeing bigger numbers, you would not be losing value going for using your other circlet, because it's actually a lot more crit value than this one. I'm farming for Skirk. Okay, yeah. So you're definitely also farming for Varisa as well in that same domain. Something you'll notice is most of my builds try to aim for 50% crit rate. That is definitely something you should initially aim for, Klee. Right, like when you first start building a character, like for example, you just started building them, like you don't have any artifacts for them at all, and you're just in the middle of farming for them. Yeah, 50% is definitely like the minimum that you should initially aim for, because like 50% crit rate means that you're critting half the time, right? Half of your hits are crits, and half of them are not crits, right? But you should definitely not stop at 50%. You should definitely aim for like, for like once you're finalizing your build, you should definitely aim for at least 70%. tend to favor crit damage more. Well, yeah. But then again, like just think about it. It's like yeah, and I understand like why some people tend to favor crit damage because like it feels nice seeing bigger numbers. But mathematically, if your crit rate is too low, like think about this. You have say 300 crit damage, but 50 like no. Imagine this. Your crits do 300 500 no. Your crits do 1,000 damage. But your non-crits do 100 damage. Right? Because you have so much crit damage. But your crit rate is only 50%. So when you attack 10 times, five of those 10 hits are 1,000, and 5 of those 10 hits are 100. So you're doing, in your 10 hits, you're doing like what? 5,500 damage. Whereas if you trade some of that crit rate, some of that crit damage for crit rate, so say now your crit hits only do say 600, right? Like your crits only do 600, but your crit rate is now 75%, right? Which means 7 out of your 10 hits are crits. So just your crits alone are doing 4,200. This is a terrible example, by the way, because like I'm not actually using proper math. This is why it's advised 1 to 2 crit ratio. You miss your vape damage. I'm back. Hey, what's up? Welcome back, Magic. Would you say 54 crit rate, 241 crit damage is okay? No, definitely not. I think again, you did say you favor crit damage more, so that makes me think that okay, I guess you like seeing your bigger numbers. Anyway, like the advice that we're giving you, Klee, is really just like a mathematical advice. It's like an objective advice. It doesn't take into account what you prefer. Doesn't take into account what you prefer. It's just like an objective advice. It's like a mathematical advice. So if you still prefer to see your bigger numbers, don't let us stop you. Right? Don't let us stop you. But if you want the most like DPS, then yeah, we would recommend taking away a little bit of that crit damage and putting it into crit rate. Like try to get to somewhere around like 70-75 crit rate. Especially with that amount of crit damage. Like you could stand to go down to like 200 or even 190 crit, even 190 crit damage and get to like 85 crit rate. And you would still stand to gain more DPS. Pulling up my friend's account is hard. Why are you doing it for your friend though? Anyway, thanks for sharing your accounts, Klee and Zoro. Appreciate it, guys. And yeah, so I guess that's gonna be it for me for today. I'm sorry to whoever asked me earlier if I was gonna play Genshin after I watched the special program. That was an absolute lie. I just I spent all my time like watching the special program and just yapping like 95% of the time. Yeah. Anyway, I apologize. So, anyway, for those of you who need help building your characters' accounts or making a decision on which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description below. In description below and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. Oh no, it's not in the pinned message in YouTube chat. Pinned message in YouTube chat, by the way. Primogem codes. Redeem them in the next 2 days. Yeah. Redeem them in the next 2 days. I also posted them. Like I pinged everyone on the Discord server, like including the Primogem codes. Yeah. So again, make sure to redeem them in the next 2 days. They expire at midnight as soon as like June 9 hits. Yeah, so make sure to redeem them before then. Anyway, so if you want my personal opinion, you can ping me on our Discord server. My name is Ellis Einstein on Discord, and of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome. Have awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, everyone. Yeah, thanks again, everyone. Bye. Take care.